my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then doesn't go.
Well, it is great to be back, and as I am literally being assassinated by my kitten, it would not be anything other than fitting, would it not be, to be delivered back to another HPL EU season without some carnage going off in the background, because we're about to witness some more carnage of our own. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here in the booth today to bring you HPL EU5 alongside the man, the mustache, and the myth that always supports me when I need a backpack to be carried in inside of the arena, and that is Hot Sauce. How are we doing today, sir? How are you feeling, and are you looking forward to the content we've got to bring?
Looking forward, I think, might be an understatement. I've been dying to get back into some HPL, back into the EU region as well. I've missed some of my homeboys out on the battlefield, so certainly excited for both of these weekends. We've got a ton of action-packed here for everybody, a great lineup for today as well, and honestly, a lot of these teams have a little bit of a shakeup. I mean, we've seen some core members, but a lot of these teams do have a lot of new members in them as well. So I think this is going to lead to a really interesting HPL number 5.
I think it's something fitting, right? I mean, given the fact of the power and the production that we've had delivered to us and supported thanks to our sponsor in AMD Radeon X Aorus or Aorus X AMD Radeon, depending on which way you like to look at it. If you're an alphabetical fiend, first. If not, more for the latter. But casual or correct, you're going to be able to witness the power that they have brought into this performance. Aorus and AMD Radeon bringing us not only gifts to be able to give away alongside this broadcast and the previous Pinnacle and the oncoming, forthcoming ones towards Christmas, but also they're giving us a little something to look at to show us just exactly what they can bring to the table. So don't forget to check in with that hot word, keyword inside of the chat, and also lock into a little bit of this. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So just like we were saying previously to that wonderful graphic there, Aorus X AMD Radeon, the power helping to support, sponsor HPL EU5 and to be the main prize giver in the gifts that we are supplying to you guys through the giveaway that is ongoing. A small reminder for now, and we will tease you a little bit more throughout the broadcast, as well as displaying one of the amazing prizes that you might be able to get your hands on through that giveaway. But for now, the main point of focus is exclamation mark Aorus in the chat. AORUS will get you there, that link to be able to take you to all of the details, how to get involved in the giveaway, and to be able to check out the amazing products on store from both of those amazing partners in this partnership coming together for our sponsorship for HPL EU5. Now, with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get down to the nitty gritty because let me tell you something, all right? The only thing around here that isn't new, okay, and that's including the microphone, that's right, inside of HPL EU5, cracked on a new mic, and every single member of a previous existing team has split and separated to go to various different new teams. So, with that being said, for the third time of saying the word team, let's talk about the teams and have a look at the teams for HPL Season 5, because boy oh boy, do we see some familiar names. I mean, here's a throwback from way back, all right? That's an Oilrig, and that's an oil can I remember from a good Season 3, Season 4 of HPL EU, but before a time when the same roster is showing, this is a completely different lineup. You've Oilrig's face, Panderic, obviously a returning icon and logo people will recognize, but the roster barely the same from the team that actually took the victory home. And then there's quite a lot of new faces in there as well. Mercenary, familiar names on a new brand. Arctic, again, an amalgamation of strong members from a couple of other teams that have now come together under a new brand. Exaltation, again, the Spartans, familiar sort of names, maybe under a different one from previously, but different amalgamations of players. So lots to talk about. Hort, who have you got your eye on? What's really stood out to you for the most of the changes, and what's really something that you'll be focusing on as we look at our first few matches?
I mean, you got Oilrig there, Bikizi, Cacao, that A is supposed to be back. Rumors of Cacao not here right now, though. And so I had my eye on Oilrig initially, but, you know, I flashed back to the recent tournament where we saw the mercenaries, or at least the core team in this mercenary, Kiyoshima, Zaki, Luki, these guys really popping off. So I think Mercenary is probably that team to beat out here. Oilrig, Panderic, certainly top contenders. We've got a couple possibilities for upsets, and that's why I've got my eye on teams like both Ancestral and Arctic. I'm hoping for some big upsets and shocks throughout the weekend, but nonetheless, you take a look at, like I said, a lot of these team names, Panderic, Walker, Blitzer Girl, Rapid, we're used to, Codex, Duxies, big names from other teams now combining, and so really an opportunity for a lot of powerhouse teams here.
And a couple of talking points from the previous season, things that will come to bear during this season as we move on to it. Who will turn up on the day? In both senses of the word. Are we going to see the 5 starting members that we have listed on screen here, or any of the substitutes taking a part? We had a heavy feature from Crank, for example, from Panderic in the previous season, which played a drastic part in their success throughout their seasonal run, which might be impactful here. A lot of players that may be going away to TwitchCon, for example, that could impact individual rosters. We're going to get to see that as the matches play out, as well as other bits and bobs going on alongside of the mentality of the players that turn up on the day, something you spoke to me quite wisely about, I think, in the green room whilst we were discussing our thoughts looking forward towards the season, was some of these teams have a stacked roster. It's an exceptional group of individual 5 players, but can they put it together on the day? Are they able to actually create that combined synergy that 5 exceptional players execute as one single unit? Something that many of these teams are going to have to dive into as we look towards our first matches.
First matchups of the day, Ancestral and Only 4 Frags are going to be battling in an off-screen battle there. Oilrig, though, Spartans are going to be first. I'm excited for this one because, you know, we didn't really see Oilrig play in the qualifiers. This is that core team that won HPL number 4, and so they get their ticket in here. So we don't really know how they kind of fare against these new teams, these new changes, where we saw Mercenary go 8-0, Panderic, I think 7-1 in those qualifiers. But next up, Mercenary, Arctic off screen as well. I'll keep my eye on that one. Ancestral and Exaltation, I think, is going to be another good one. But we got Oilrig twice here today on Screen Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. The spread of who's going to be featuring from day to day has been diced out across the first 3 days in a sense where you're going to get a good feel of one team per day's worth. So you'll see multiple teams playing twice, broadcasted live on stream for one day, where you might not see them the next day for one of the other teams. So you get to see a couple of different versions of each of these teams playing. For example, Oilrig might play Bay 5 and Skybridge the first, and then Bowl and Iceberg the second. I can only live in hope, of course, of that mythical Iceberg, as there's many jokes and comedy in the chat already about my prayers and thoughts for the HPL EU5, which, of course, the chat is right. Can't fault them on that one. I am always only praying for an Iceberg map to be delivered to me, regardless of what teams are playing on it or how the result goes. So bias is there out on the table for the folks in the chat. Sadly, you're not getting channel points for that one, though, folks. So RIP. Sorry about that. Moving swiftly on, though, we've got tons of matches to be able to feature today, 3 of which, and we've got 3 off-screen matches will be kept up to date for the folks interested in it in the chat through various matches and pin messages as they drop in there from the mods. Now, first map focus. Let's focus on our first matchup, Oilrig, Spartans. Best of 2, head-to-head. The teams themselves, probably a very large talking point before we even think about maps. I want to look at the Spartans team first, because that roster of Hiding Sheep, Stripey, Vessel, Childizzle, and Lorek, that is a roster that epitomizes that mentality I was talking about when we were looking at the teams in general. 5 exceptional individually skilled players. Can they put it together? Are they able to find that mythical source?
It's about showing up for me. I mean, like you said, Stripey, Chill Dizzle, Lorak, Vessels, Hiding Sheep, all of these players we've seen have really pop out, standout performances. Hiding Sheep has some crazy heat-seeking grenades at times, but it's about all 5 of them showing up on the day. And unfortunately for them, they've probably got one of their toughest games ahead of them as an opener. Bakizi, Furlex, that ace, Cacao, if they happen to be here, Alpi, I mean, Crank has done a phenomenal job filling in. So even if Cacao's not here, able to fill those shoes. So Spartans, I think, have an uphill battle here. These map choices, again, Oilrig, I think, plays very, very well on these maps as we see them pop up on your screen. Iceberg, unfortunately for you, banned right away. Spartans not wanting to play Oilrig on Skybridge, probably a wise decision.
Honestly, you're right. You're right. Iceberg has to be off the table, and I like the fact that it's not the map that gets left to the end. I like the fact that we're specifically now going out of our way to remove it from the pool before it's even a consideration towards the end of the pick ban. So neither map of similar level are going to be brought into that equation. Skybridge and Iceberg both have that level of malleability where you can approach it from a CQB perspective and a ranged perspective. We're going more for isolated circumstances of each individual instance, separate maps. Fort, very CQB heavy, minimal angles for long range, weaponry brought involved, aggressive play and heavy strong pushes towards the site, especially using the current style of weaponry that's out there. Scout Ash 12 feeling quite strong, 5.5A1 in any 5.4.5 platform performing relatively well at the moment. A couple of different enforcer builds out there that are, you know, spicing it up. So Fort's going to be exciting, very explosive, probably quite active. Where I find Ball now, with the way the meta is going to be much more favorable to that of the motto of the Spartans. Where I see Oilrig do well in the chaos, Spartans like playing the range. Hiding Sheep, you know, no slouch when it comes to playing long angles and playing a good meta game, a good macro game in the background. This more 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional chess game. So I'm just wondering whether we're going to see a 1-1 split here. We'll talk about predictions. Me and you had a chat about how we think this map result is going to go. I think that both of us agreed that on paper, this Oilrig roster is probably as strong as the previous Oilrig roster was, and maybe even better. And I actually think personally that it's going to take a standout performance from the Spartans to surprise them, unless it's not all 5 of that starting 5 roster. If that starting 5 roster doesn't turn up and it's a sub, it's going to depend on whether that sub shows up. And then I think I'm a bit more in your shoes on this one.
I'm kind of surprised that you said that Bull might favor Spartans. Are you forgetting about that ace out there? I mean, this man is a monster who can snipe on Fort, can snipe on Bull, but that's my big question. What weapon do we see that ace on? Is he still going to be rocking this bolt? We've seen a ton of SKSs coming out in recent times, so that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on. We've got word, you know, I've heard some rumors in the background that Cacao potentially, you know, overseas at an event, and so maybe not be showing up. If Crank is here, that is maybe something they could exploit on Bull. We've seen Crank be that anchor where Cacao was, and at times hasn't had as much success, but we'll worry about that later. It does look like there are some subs in play here as we get ready for some Fort. Oilrig taking on the Spartans.
First round opener, Felix up for 2. Quick kills. Shots from the top mid response. Actually finds Vessel with the final killing blow. Not Striker, the one picking it up with the P90 there. Crank deep lurk to the left hand side of mid for support. It's going to hold and retake that position. 4 versus 3. Oilrig have the advantage for now.
Sheep has found this first or the second pick here as well. Back to a 3v3. Crank on this P90 as Bakizi. This is something that we had talked about with those changes to the MP7 coming out. Those slight nerves, shots ringing out, and Crank is able to put Stripey down from above. That means the device goes down up there as well. That's an awkward spot. Shots still ringing out here. We see Bikizi here with the P90 as well. That ace and the bolt, he's still coming into play for that ace. He drops Vessel in mid. She returns fire, but you can always count on that ace for the snipes. And with that, Oilrig will get their first round in the bag. It looks like Call Me Joe stepping up as a sub here today, but we talked about it. The P90 out here now. The MP7 recently getting some nerfs. I think -2 pin to the ammo. Those 40-round mags now down to 30. And so with those changes, seeing a lot more of these P90s coming out. You've got 50 rounds in the mag, and it just makes it the more viable weapon at the moment here. So a good start here for Oilrig. We'll see Call Me Joe and the rest of the crew seeing if they can make something happen here in round 2. Trying to ensure things don't get out of hand. But Furlex, the heat-seeking grenade this time, finds Vessel. And it's early trouble for the Spartans here once more. Stripey up top. Had lost the device up here last time. And unfortunately, led to the loss of the round as well. Stripey knows that someone's probably lurking around mid. It is going to be Furlex. We see him posted up on the other side here. But Oilrig has found an early pick. They get that luxury of being patient at the moment. We'll just wait here for the Spartans to pressure forward. Still 1:10 on the clock. Plenty of time to work with, though.
That smoke from the top backside looks a little bit spoofed, if I do say so myself, but maybe we're just trying to cover off the headshot angle rather than removing the full model. Probably thrown towards Mini, just bleeding out the back of that tower there as we joke a little bit about the smoke. Slow and steady being the pace, though. Whilst we have time for a bit of comedy, both teams just holding a similar line of scrimmage. Spartans down a member, but still in a good position for now.
Things have really slowed down here late in this round. They're going to eventually send the device over toward the beast here. Oilrig stacked and ready. Those shots continue to ring out in both directions. Call Me Joe, Lorek, not a ton of health to work with here. And we talked about those changes again, but we see Call Me Joe still rocking this MP7. Alpi puts him down immediately, though.
30s to 40s does make a large difference, but if you're going to be able to hit the shots, it's not going to make that much of a drastic difference in the gunfights. 2 shots straight towards the secondary member of Oilrig trying to contest. Sees a second fall over. 8 on the clock. Device being planted. Crank has a good set of shots for 2 from Secret. We're not even going to get down to bomb business. It's just deletion with the bullets.
That ace, 3-0 here with the snipes as well. Crank just behind him there, and we talked about it. I mean, last time we saw Crank with the squad, played very well, but there were a few missteps. Still kind of building that team synergy, being that sub. I think Crank has been here long enough and just feels very comfortable, playing very, very well here in the opening rounds of Ford. And so things looking good for Oilrig. Despite having a few new members or a sub stepping in, it seems like they really haven't missed a beat.
I mean, same for both sides, though, right? Also, Spartans running one of the main members not starting. Call Me Joe stepping up off the bench to be able to help out. Wasted his Vessel as Furlex falls him, first frag of the round. Morris going to push on into the gunfire out of Furlex. 2 shots from the left and the right-hand side. Don't find a home for either. Call Me Joe and Sheep combine instead to knock down 2. That one had me confused and twisted for a second there, Hot.
Yeah, it looked like they had the upper advantage, and they avoid that nade here as well. Things aligning for the Spartans in round 3, but they got to close it out, and Sheep will find the headshot on to Crank. They've got a 2-player advantage to work with, but Bikizi slowly lurking around from behind. Finds Call Me Joe. The device goes down, and Bikizi will back up just a bit. Spots another from behind, and Bikizi is picking them apart from the back line.
You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. It's one after the other, and the chess pieces just fall into the wrong positions. The back's exposed as he slowly slides on those ice skates from the right to left. Finds one out on site, open. He still has a 1v2 to have to deal with. Some good shots out of Stripey bring a little bit of momentum back for the favor of the Spartans. The bomb is accessible. The thought here, if he's aware of where the second person is that's creeping around behind him, there is access to rotate to B. He's trying to first pick onto Stripey. He's going to swing confident, and that's some good steps out of Stripey to be able to close out the round. Final killing blow, the P90 doing some work early on.
Yeah, I mean, we briefly mentioned it there with those changes with the MP7. We see a lot more of these P90s, and having 50 rounds in the mag is I would say, a luxury, certainly at this point. That ace has been hitting the snipe shots, does go down in that round, and what we see here is the Spartans beginning to battle back a little bit. So we're seeing them make the necessary adjustments from this attacking side, but we always talk about it. We want to see you be able to put more than one round on the board in a row.
We see a 3 versus 3 scrimmage towards the A site, matching up teams evenly spread numbers and positioning wise. Eyes will be keen, keeping an eye on mid. Spartans have the bomb hidden towards the B site. This is the point that first forward towards that A site doesn't necessarily find a home. Vessel going to be able to get out of the way for that nade a second time in a row. Good awareness, but a slower pace out of the Spartans is seeing them just held. Oilrig on the defending side will feel comfortable not to have to force this, and there's the ball to either that ace that you've been talking about to me and the confidence that we would expect out of him. It does only end up being for 1 until Bakizi comes out of the corner to trade back as well. 4 for 3. Oilrig in the lead for now.
I love the fact that that ace is comfortable playing with that bolty up close, right on the corner, and it allows him to really mix up where he sits, changes the positioning from round to round, and I think it's something that allows him to have so much success with this snipe in hand. Stripey, though, raining down some destruction, this time on the Furlex. They reel it back to a 3v3, and they've seemed to have a lot more success toward this B site now.
Oh, there we go. That's a typical Call Me Joe. Less than 40 seconds left on the round. Still a nade in pocket. One of those old ones that would catch most people off guard. Aware to it is Alpi. Stays slow, low, creeps out left and right for kills on either side of him. Alpi playing out of that mini position is going to be a mega bonus for his team. 1 versus 2. And it's Alpi to close it out. That's another great round out of Alpi from Oilrig.
Yeah, you know, you always wonder how these new members are going to play, building that team synergy, that team chemistry, but we talked about it. It seems like they haven't missed that beat. Everybody fairly equal across the kill board here for Oilrigs, and they stopped Spartans from putting multiple rounds in a row, and so continuously doing the right thing at the moment here. Oilrigs power forward. They're up by 2. They enjoy this cushion momentarily. We'll see if the Spartans can reel it back yet again.
Hit the footsteps on metal up towards mid as Stripey starts to position himself to be able to put some pressure down. You've got Lorek through that spectator silhouette we see coming up for support. Call Me Joe, Vessel and Sheep all jostling for space towards ramp. Respecting bedroom. Lorek again rotating away from mid, decides against helping Stripey. They're going to push out towards cannons. Crank picks up 1. That's Stripey going down.
Alpi is posted up in the same position as that previous round. Crank is on fire with a P90. Bakizi for 2 as well. Crank gets 2. Bakizi finds 2. Call Me Joe will eventually shut one down. Alpi on the pre-fire doesn't connect. They're aware of where Call Me Joe is. And, well, in a 1v4, I'd say the deck is stacked against him at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like somebody took a couple of chocolate dominoes to the spa because they definitely started falling over like they were. Felix is playing a real creature angle on site. Rare off angle out in the open to be holding just a slight pixel over the top of the box. It plays to his advantage for now. He gets half of Joe's life for the trade. And away we go. Bomb on his back. He is in a good position to be able to plant, but 1 versus 3 and half health left. The half health is the bit that's giving me the concern. 1 versus 3. Joe, as many of you may know, if you don't, seasoned veteran of the scene, played many a game professionally against most of these players, so we'll feel more than comfortable being able to try and fight this off here.
It's tough when you got the numbers stacked against your Oilrig. They just have to play together and use that buddy system. We see time dwindling down, though, and they need to pick this pace up just a little bit. Call Me Joe has spotted 1. Shots ring out. He's isolating the ones as well. He finds Furlex, but in that ace we trust so many times. Another clutch, a beautiful snipe, and Oilrigs will find themselves up by 3 now.
It's a right idea, better shots, and that works out. If he gets the first kill on the cross from the 2, separates the battle buddy system, finds the second kill, which looks good, and he's in the right position to be able to challenge for the 3rd. But like you said, even if the first 2 do go down, it is still that ace, and we do not mock nor joke about that sentence, because many a time we have seen it displayed live in front of our eyes. But that is no small feat to put that man down alone, let alone the other 4 people he's playing with. So, Oilrig forward, 1 up so far. We move into round number 6. Defending side favored for ? Or do you just think that Oilrig are playing it better at this moment in time?
Maybe a little bit of both? ?
I'm down. Lorek's lost a little bit of health. He's feeling like his ankles are tickled a bit. Ooh, doesn't treat that ace. Oh, they both miss.
Hey, it happens sometimes, even with the best of players. Stripey has been up here every single round, but this time he'll come away with the victor. Furlex does get put down. Spartans now favoring that player advantage. The health not looking the best here for Oilrig, and maybe an opportunity for the Spartans to capitalize here in round 6.
They need to push out quickly, though. Look at the 5 members of Spartans that have the body of mid-control, but as they can see slowly themselves, as well as we can from that mini-map, that net is slowly starting to suffocate its way around. Alpi finds one in from the corner on the deep left angle on the mini-map, held inside a mini still, anchoring it, as he has been all game for his team. Second goes down, and it's Alpi again in that anchor position. The third Alpi from Mini. It's like we're going to deja vu territory, except this time he's feeling just that little bit better. Fourth comes down as Alpi is saving his team. Meanwhile, slight silver lining. Stripey's going to pick up a lone contender on his way through, rotating in. But I do fright and fear that it may just be for him to step forward for Alpi to pick up his 5th.
See Oilrig teetering with the idea, just bouncing that barrel up and down. Shots will come out, but it's Bakizi's P90. And we'll find the head of Stripey. Oilrig looking near flawless. Alpi, one hell of a game already. A quadra in that round, up to 8-3. And Oilrig looking like the returning champions we thought they might be.
Can you believe it? I mean, we could see it. You could sit basically inside of the Discord channel in the comms. Oilrig at that point in time. We got to see from our position on board in the spectator camera, Alpi's nodding in Mini. You can hear the words of confidence from the captain in Bakizi. Don't overswing for that 5th. The ace doesn't matter, the round does. Let him swing me, I'll challenge all day long. I'm happy to bait for you. And they play it. Oh, big quick push out. Furlex is going to fold the comms from me. We're going to have to concentrate on this one because this big push is looking to be punishing. 2 down. Furlex finding the flying member does not succeed in the 3rd.
The last time you've seen a G36 having this much success in a game of arena here, as Crank will find a long distance shot from the P90, continues to crank out the kills like my man Soldier Boy, Sheep, and Call Me Joe, the last 2 standing. Sheep spotted one, and it's a nice headshot under the juggernaut that's been Alpi.
Yeah, Sheep's graze out in the grass, not in the Alpines. Alpi caught a little bit out of his element there, unfortunately, finds the kill falling towards that of the Spartans. They're down to 2, but they do still find themselves able to contest for the round. Joe almost spots a floating head from that ace out towards the statue, but as the glowing gold MP7 of those banana colors he's put together are reminding me of a time from when the TFG ran the Banana Men combo. We are searching the other way this time around. It's a rotation through Cole. You remember the banana suits, I know I do. Oilrig strength holding off left, right, double swing together as Bakizi, the captain, comes for support. Doesn't find anything other than chip damage towards Joe. Look at his health hawk. Oof.
Yeah, the banana phone a little bit as well, but I digress just a little here. You're right. Call Me Joe, hanging on by a thread. Sheep almost falls into disaster. The shot, though, doesn't connect here for that ace. The jump across, but he never misses twice. That ace, another nice snipe, but the distraction has been real. Call Me Joe able to find the plan. It's another 1v3 with even less health.
Hey, don't sneeze. Joe might fall over if you do. Bakizi, knowing he's not needing to force anything too aggressive right here, he's just going to play with the audio. He's going to toy with the mind of Joe. It's either that head peeks out one more time, though, and Joe's going to take it off. He's good with his MP7, but he's not good enough. Bakizi bakes himself a muffin outside of the main point of contest. That ace is playing a little bit of aim trainer whilst the bomb has got many a second left to be defused within, as they have a good old cackle, putting round number 6 for themselves, round number 7 in total into the bag. Oilrig one short of a great first half, and 5 ahead of the Spartans so far.
Yeah, almost a flawless first half. And again, you take a look at the kills, 8, 7, and triple sixes across the board. Everybody from Oilrig getting involved. Everybody filling that role that they need to. The rotations, the comms, everything just seems to be on point. And I mean, you love to see it for a returning champ squad. I was hoping to see something a little more here from the Spartans, but I think they're just having a tough time on Fort. And, you know, we talked about whether the subs or whether these players were going to show up. It's not often that we see Lorak with just a single kill here. So maybe some first game jitters, but not for that ace as he finds a snipe. Bakizi, Sheep kills back and forth. Furlex that ace, and it's blue for the most part.
Yeah, Hort, I hope you installed nitrous for your mouth, because at this point in time, our jaws are going to need to be running at 120 to be able to keep up with the action. Watching the kills drop through the kill feed, and the kill feed struggling to keep up, even though that's powered by an ARSX AMD powerhouse with the support in the production. It's literally just seeming to be so quick that we can't keep up with any of it. Back and forth, Lorik trying to embody the speed of the kill feed, now feeling that he's finding himself fury in the feet, but not any success when it comes to trying to wean out a 1v1 to isolate. Steps short of Crank. Slight pixel peak doesn't find a home. Lorik again avoiding the damage from the Balti, though. Good use of the movement. Kitchen's pressured. One turns to respond, and Lorik's just finding himself stuck in a game of cat and mouse where there's too many mice to deal with.
I think that's been a consistent problem here for the Spartans. There's been a lot of 1v3 moments here to wrap up these rounds. And Oilrig, they just play together well. Crank on the P90 has been a menace here. This whole squad has been a menace today. And now 7-1. I mean, a near perfect half. You only need a couple rounds to close it out as we get ready to swap sides. And it's not been for lack of trying on the other side. I mean, the Spartans have had a lot of great kills. We see it across the board. Sheep with 7, Stripey with 6. They just haven't been able to close out those important rounds.
This was on the Spartans attacking side as well. Now, fair enough. Conversation could be had for defending side favored. Momentum changes and inertia. The model's able to peak rather quickly right now. Obviously, a drastic difference to the previous season that we ran. However, I do feel that it does fall under the conversation we had earlier, where every player on the team is showing that they have the potential to perform. Putting these 5 pieces of the puzzle together and having them produce something extraordinary is not what we're seeing on screen right now. Time to change. 2 rounds in it. Oilrig of 2 to get it over the line. The Spartans have a whole other half to be able to make us question how strong Fort actually is on the attacking side. Shots out of Crank. Stripey and Crank contesting a great set of return shots at us. Crank's going to find Stripey repeating.
See Furlex going over to the P90 as well as Bikizi picks up that MP7. Lorak finding a kill. Unfortunately, Call Me Joe taking out a teammate. And it's minor mistakes like that that you can't really afford to make against a team like Oilrig, especially when you find yourself down by so many rounds here. That ace slowly crab walking forward here, looking for something on the hunt.
Yeah, Call Me Joe. Not somebody we've ever memed too much about as being Call Me Antsy. That's a surprise one, is that? Normally quite good at holding the composure. Team kills happen in the heat of the moment, but crossfire on that one there looked a little bit off. Shots out of Vessel are disgusting, though. You could see that one falling straight into his crosshair. These 2 on the back of sight from the B side have held their position expertly well. Double anchor. Vessel and Sheep, arguably probably 2 of the most patient people on this 5-man roster, and very experienced. The problem we've got is the people on the other side of the map are equally as experienced, if not more, and I would argue maybe twice as deadly sometimes, especially in that case with a Balti. Shots out from Sheep as he swings at the right timing. Bikizi caught with his gun between his knees.
And that ace will be taking some shots, but he doesn't care. It doesn't blink. He stares it down. Bullets raining all around him, and he threads the needle to find the snipe. Up to 10 kills on the board, and Vessel has got to make some magic happen. He gets Furlex. Now he's just got to get through that ace.
This is doable for Vessel. We've seen more than enough times that Vessel has put himself down on the table when he needs to. Steps short, swings quick, but the swing doesn't quite match the timing. That ace, again, for me, just displaying that extra little bit of experience. He takes the extra step out of the angle. Not a big swing, but just putting one more step rather than holding it at its tightest edge. And that way, when Vessel swings into it with the pre-fire, he has to adjust. And that's all the time you need for a Balti. Just that adjustment timing is enough for the snap one tap, especially when it's in the hands of that ace.
I'm not a gambling man, but I would safely put a bet on that ace nearly every time in those situations. I mean, this is a player that has showed time and time again, regardless of the tournament, that they are capable of those clutches. 1v3s, 1v2s, it doesn't matter, but that hasn't been the case for Oilrig. They find themselves with that player advantage almost every single round.
Early shots of a trade. Stripey has Bikizi. Alpi takes out Lorik. 1-for-1 so far, and a bit of chip to that ace. Sees Furlex finding Sheep, actually. The damage dealt to the Oilrig roster's lineup, but the killing blows are the ones falling with red heads that are rolling.
4v3, excuse me, as Vessel rotates around here. Unfortunately, You see all of Oilrig already here waiting. They've got good control of the site. Shots ring out both directions. Vessel flirting with disaster here. A similar spot of that previous round. He found a couple, but it's that ace and Stripey to lead it away.
40 on the clock. Device down. Stripey's in a good position for that pixel peek, but he's getting found before he's able to put enough damage down to claim the kill. Vessel, slowly, steadily. He's got the right idea, but it's just not there to close it out. It's like the positioning, the thought process, even the approach with the gunplay is there. But it's just not quite enough to knock this Oilrig lineup off of its rhythm. Final score, at the end of the day, I don't think we're too surprised. The difference, a 13-1 that ace final score brings him the MVP. Only one headshot. It is what it is when it comes to the M700. You're playing for a one-tap, using a bullet that does that exact damage for a reason, but a 9-1 scoreline is the one that I'm, impressed with, I will say. And the evenness across that end of screen kill feed there for your Hawk, 13 kills on that ace, but 9, 9, 8, and 8 for the rest of the squad. That's a very even showing from an entirely strong performance out of Oilrig.
There it is, that beautiful AMD Radeon 9070 XT, integrated with a 16 gig GDDR6, 256 memory interface, and that WinForce cooling system. So that's how you take your game to the next level, much like that of that ace. I mean, 13 kills, 5 MVPs, and honestly, I don't care how many headshots you get because you have a job to do. You could try to get flashy, but there's more room for error when aiming for the head. You've got the one-hitter quitter. You use it to its full potential. You see Oilrig up by 1 in this series, and as much as I genuinely respect and enjoy all the members of Spartans, I kind of believe this is going to be a 2-0 sweep in favor of Oilrig.
It is an impressive feat and something we have to appreciate and something to inform the folks at home with, I guess. The scopes at the moment are going through some changes for the marksman, the longer range scopes, so there is a little bit of difficulty using them right now and where the bullets are registering versus what you're seeing on screen. So it's more credit to that ace that he's able to handle the fact that the scopes are going through those changes and still be able to do the damage that is needed with that one-tap weapon. It's a very high-risk, high-reward approach. And like you say, if you aren't able to land the shot, then it leaves you exposed to being clapped very quickly. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget, if you want to be able to put shots down like that of that ace or any of the competitors on screen, then we want to give you a chance to get a hold of some great tech to be able to power your PC up so it can keep up with your amazing skills in the gameplay. This graphics card, like we said, beautifully displayed by Hort, held just here, is going to be going to one of you lucky winners, all right, on finals day, the end of HPL EU5. So, for your chance to win it, couple of pointers. Exclamation mark Aorus in the chat takes you towards the link that you need to be able to get those giveaways completed. There are multiple chances to enter the giveaway that are refreshed daily, okay? A simple click of the button, a simple follow on one of the socials, even something as simple as checking out the graphics card that you might want to win. Little window shopping, potentially feast your eyes over something that might be in your PC in the near future. But nonetheless, like we said, I think it's about 11 or so tickets per day. Hot tickets. They're just being given out like we're Oprah Winfrey in here.
Yeah, I mean, you should be taking advantage of it to full opportunity as we get ready to check out the highlights from that previous match. I will let everybody know offline, Ancestral versus Only 4 Frags. Day 5 has ended. Only 4 Frags taking that one 9-6, but this one here was all Oilrig.
We're going to get on board there as a little bit of a down scope view. A final finishing blow from the Balti banishes the last member standing alive here. Some good shots out of both teams with the players on the scout. P90, like we mentioned, doing a lot of work. Bakizi there was sort of sliding into the DMs and backline. Found himself a good gap too. We saw Joe there getting taken out by Alpi, and this was a very strong point on for the Oilrig lineup as a whole, by the way. New member to the squad, Alpi, fresh from the previous roster, and absolutely holding his own multiple times throughout this. We saw a three-piece there, and later on during the highlights, we're going to see even more.
Call me Joe. Trying to isolate those ones. Had a good attempt for that 3v1. Now back to Alpi here, who was just dropping bodies left and right, popping heads and getting bread. A beautiful triple there. Furlex, the quick pressure from behind. Oilrig, they had that playbook just boiled down to a T. And I mean, it was an absolute masterclass from them here on 4.
It just felt like it could do no wrong. It took exceptional moves out of the Spartans lineup for the one round that they were able to get over the line. Unfortunately, that kind of exceptional level of gameplay is hard to maintain, let alone be able to get past a dominant and very heavily experienced squad of that of the likes of the Oilrig members. Interesting now that we have bathed our first new roster in fire versus a longer standing, shall we say, team that I think we're familiar with players from on both sides. Maybe not the same version of each of these teams, but the Spartans, I think, are probably one of the more retained forms from previous, like the similar members that have been playing around that group of the community for a long time, that have been involved with similar people. So definitely feeling like there is some synergy there for them to develop. I'm wondering if maybe the further we go down Season 5, the more we're going to see the Spartans come into their own.
Yeah, I think that we will. I think this is a team, as long as they stay together, will continue to get better. Obviously they're playing with a sub here or there, which can make things difficult at times, especially when your first game is against a team like Oilrig. So some of these teams, it's random. You might get a little bit of a stepping stone. You get to ease your way into the tournament. Some people are just thrown into the deep end, it would seem. And so that's what the Spartans got to deal with. But we talk about it, right? That's where diamonds are made, under great pressure. And so I think the Spartans still have an opportunity. Sometimes games are tough. You can't let this 9-1 affect your mental. GG's, go next, blow it out, just let it go. It happens. Oilrig, we know they're good, but let's focus on Bull. Let's figure out what we can do differently. Let's see where these people are posted up. Is Crank going to be anchoring that B site? What can we take advantage of?
You make a couple of good points, and we did have a joke about what we thought the standings might be at the end of this tournament, were we to pick the teams right now. I know that both myself and you had a couple of ambitious teams within our stacked listings, and a couple of realistic ones, shall we say, but I have Oilrig up in second in my final standings, and given that performance there, I'm comfortably pleased after match 1 to say that that's probably going to be a good shout. I'm happy with the decision in that one. I think that's definitely feasible. I'm really interested to check in on the Arctic Mercenary game when that one plays out. Not going to get to see that one live, but I'm going to be keeping a very keen eye on that result, because that's a big one for me. Keen to see Arctic's debut in HPL EU5. We are going to get to feature them across the first 3 days, so don't worry folks, if you're here to check out the new team in Arctic who's been creating a lot of noise in the scene, then their matches to come. But we've got 2 more to feature today, right, Hawk? We've got 2 more head-to-heads that we're going to get to see live on screen. We've got 2 more games that we will conclude off-screen alongside of it, at which point by the end of today's action and broadcast, you'll have had 6 games played. You'll have had a little bit of a taste of the new teams from the season, but you won't have really gotten to see everything. You'll have to stay with us for tomorrow's action at the earlier start time and Sunday to really get a full feel for what we're actually playing for in Season 5. Because I'll tell you now, from my point, and I'm sure Hawk will back me on this, I really don't know. This time around, it's anybody's game.
I think there's certainly a good toss-up for the top 4 contending spots, and then the same could probably be said about the bottom 4 spots as well. But yeah, I've got my eye on Arctic. I'm really excited to see how they perform this season. The Mercenaries, is a team that is stacked full of powerhouses. They didn't drop a single game throughout their qualifiers. So I think for Arctic, again, kind of like the situation that we see here in this series, they're being tossed into the lion's den off rip. So hopefully they can perform well, but luckily for them, it is only that first match. They've got these first 3 days, so a team I'm definitely going to be watching. I'm excited for this one that's going on off screen right now, though. Only 4 frags, Ancestral. I know you and I were hanging out with Walker yesterday in Discord, and we had a lot of different opinions on this one back and forth, and so it was a lot of fun. But only 4 frags, able to squeeze out that win there in that first series, 9-6. They still got 1 more to play.
That's a good score. 9-6 as well is a tough one for the first match there. But that being said, we've still got to decide a second map, Hot. We've got to figure out what's happening on ball. So for the Spartans, I'm looking to a revitalized performance, like you said, very validly so. Brush the dust off, pick yourself back up. First game, a little bit loose now, feeling those muscles, and let's swing on into it. Spartans versus Oilrig, map 2.
Anchoring down this B site, much like we thought, which is what Cacao's job used to be. Stripey will find that return fire trade, though, and a big pick. Spartans may be looking to exploit this B site a little bit. I'd like to see them attacking early when we see so much of the A site on bowl typically. So I like seeing these difference in strategies early on.
That is just playing his patience, as we would not be surprised to see. A little bit of a hop across allows Stripey to isolate and open up the shots onto the Queasy. Second of that is waiting, is also going to fall prey to that of the P90. The better fire rate there will outpace the bullet from the Balti if Stripey is able to swing on timing. Felix, held short of this angle from Useless because of the smoke, allows a clear, safe plant on site from the Spartans, and this already a much better round than any we saw from the Spartans on map number 1. So very, very good confident build setup. Stu picking off Alfie. Container rotation, Stripey holding his position in Pixel. Oh, that's an almost textbook first round on the attacking side, is that from the Spartans?
Absolutely beautiful from them. I mean, they only drop a single member, they get the job done, and after losing 9-1, you know, it lets me know that they've got that mental fortitude. They're okay with saying, hey, let that one go. Let's power forward here on bowl. They're off to a nice start, but consistency is king. We say it all the time, and so that's what I want to see from the Spartans. Multiple rounds in a row. Did they continue to try to exploit this B site where Crank is offering anchoring down, or are they going to mix it up here early?
Interesting that a late smoke sent towards B plat. No, actually, thrown over towards the nose from the defending side out of Oilrig. It's not even, it's gone all the way over to A plat side. So smoking off the retreat essentially from Vessel and teammate over to the side. We see the bomb prone in nose lane as the Spartans are playing for a much more delayed setup, but that's the one thing you don't want to do, playing into the hands of that ace. Give him space to make a pick.
All the way from split as well. I mean, this is why he's so dangerous on bowl, constantly shifting from lane to lane, able to apply support to either side when necessary. We do see that device beginning to shift back toward the A site on that med area. And it looks like Striper just kind of maybe trying to keep some attention over here, keeping a defender or two this way. So far, Oilrig really hasn't bid on it, though. And call me Joe, though, with a nasty nade.
Good use of utility back when Joe was playing for the TFG roster. Also somebody that was known to be well versed in that of a grenade. Up and over the top, that flash towards the site is going to put the best of doing damage down, but both members on site were fully tucked and evading away from it. Alpi only finds one, though, as the two-member site squad does not do the damage for the attacking front line they were hoping for. Spartans in, bomb down. It's going to be a safe plan, and even with good cover. Oh, are you what?
Thought I didn't eat any breakfast this morning, or it might have came up. That was just disgusting. Crank will find Call Me Joe. Stripey able to answer back, but that ace knows exactly where he is at the moment. And look at the fearlessness, the confidence, the willing to just pressure forward with the bolty. This man has some of the biggest kahunas.
And you know full well what's in the secondary, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You gonna let him know?
We can't let
You gonna
him
pull his
know.
Glock out?
He's going to pull his Glock out. He's pulling his Glock out. And this time he's swapped back for the Balti. We're going for another one of the style points. Up over the top. He's so confident, man. And it's almost intimidating. The time goes out. Stripey gets the final kill. But you can't help but have your heart held in the bottom of your lungs as you were just waiting for the shot to come through and see him just get folded by that ace extraordinaire, which this time doesn't happen. So 2-0 Spartans, hot. We'll edge ourselves back slowly away from the edge of the seat, retain ourselves a little bit of composure.
Well, I will say, Stripey is known to play very well on Bull, and we're seeing him have a standout performance. 6 kills through 2 rounds. If he can continue this type of pressure, this type of momentum, it could be huge for the Spartans as Vessel finds Furlex early, and the Spartans have come prepared on Bull.
I mean, I would like to hope so. Bowl is one of those maps that definitely requires a good forethought setup to be able to play well. You said it yourself. Why would you want to come to Bowl with Oilrig being your opponents, given the fact that they have the player like that Ace and the performance they put out on Bowl from a little back? So smoke towards headshot, Bakizi reading the time, and Almo is going to push forward ahead of it, so he doesn't be able to cut him off. He finds the first, he lines up for the second. They are just getting split apart by better shots as Bakizi plays the timing to perfection. Find this man a fiddle, get him in the front row of the orchestra.
Easy on the lean out here. Nobody home just yet. That device down in a bit of an awkward spot. One kind of teetering over from Jin, though. And, oh, no, excuse me. That's closer to Curtain Men's side there. My bad, as Lorek will jump back the other direction. Now we hear those shots being exchanged. 40 seconds on the clock, and now comes the pressure.
Smoke out this time, just past hop up towards cutting Jen off. Lorek on the time, he's going to step out, drop on top of the member, hop up, good shots out of Lorek on the hip fire, but there's 2 on site, there's 2 on site, and this time the site squad does the damage it was looking for. 3 quick kills, one back after the other, and Oilrig shut down the action on A, pull the score back to 1-2.
That Ace with 2 quick snipes in that one, and sometimes that bolty don't even feel like a bolty in his hands. He's able to just, the target acquisition in between shots, the quick flick of the wrist, all coming together. Oilrig trying to battle back in this one, which is something that we don't say too often, but they find themselves down early. They've found a little bit of their own footing here, and now they've got an opportunity to tie it up here in round 4.
Aggressive push out towards the 90. The Spartans are stomping, and there's 3 people lying in wait. That Ace is going to pick up one with the Baltic Crank, finds the second, the P90. The defending squad is ready for it. Oh, Spartans threw everything in the kitchen sink at 90, and Oilrig were just knocked down for home improvements. Sheep and Vessel are finding the way to sneak the way in. A good bit of sales work on the front doorstep's going to allow them access. Bakizi, however, he's got his double glazing. He's saying no. Stripey takes out the captain. Oilrig. Alpi and Furlex left to hold off in an even 2v2 after the chaos settles.
How many times do we see teams stack 3 on B randomly? Oilrig, they guess correctly. They get a couple nice kills, but the Spartans, I mean, able to battle back. Now a 2v2, the plant does go down. Striping, no, it's Vessel to find Alpi. Furlex, the last standing, as his partner has been blasted against the wall, but he is going to pressure forward, ring around the rosy. Can he find the first? No, Vessel on fire at the moment, and the Spartans will extend that lead a bit.
I mean, you said it absolutely right. 7-1 Stripey, cooking himself up some tiger stripes in the scoreboard. Not too far behind him is Vessel, being the vessel of destruction, carrying the Spartans through a great merry measure in the first half on the second map. This hot. You're going to look back at those predictions, because I'm pretty sure we were quacking about the fact that I was losing my mind, considering this was a 1-1 outbreak today, no?
Yeah, honestly, I had to agree. I was seeing that this was going to be a 2-0 in my mind, but Spartans really showing great poise here on Bowl, but we're not even halfway through it yet, and we haven't swapped sides, so it's looking good at the moment, but we can't get too far ahead of ourselves because Oilrig is a team that can reel it back, and it starts with a 2K from Crank.
It's on Lorek to have to shut it down immediately after he puts the 2 together. The third comes through. Stripe, he's going to find a kill onto that Ace, and the other side of the site. 3 versus 3. Well, 3 versus 2.4 as Lorek is slowly bleeding his way away. Down they go. Smoke on site. Device planted as Call Me Joe is praying there isn't a 3-man big battle buddy swing through that smoke. Instead, there's a post-plant nade that goes out. Here they come. Lorek for 2 big slammers. He's going to defend that one and hold it off. Alpi left it at 1v3.
I mean, Oilrig right now has to be feeling like, what is going on? From a 9-1 performance to a 4-1 start here from the Spartans as Call Me Joe will have Alpi's number, and the Spartans continue to string rounds in a row. Stripey up to 8-1. The rest of the crew not too far behind as they fall in line 5-4-3-2. But Oilrig, we see a donut in Furlex. We see a breadstick in Alpi, who just had a crazy standout game as well. And so need to pick it up just a little bit here. I feel like Bowl has been one of these maps that has been more attacker favored, kind of like we saw from Skybridge, especially when you have a great use of util. But ideally, you definitely want more than one round.
Yeah, and Applesauce made a really good point in the chat there, actually pointing out that Oilrig not choosing to use one of their substitute players, Big D, my friend, for their map here on Bowl means they're not going to have anything to plant the bomb on the attacking half. So really kind of hoping that Oilrig were going to get more over the line on the defending side, bearing in mind they're going to have that to deal with in the future. Apple showing he is thoroughly in touch with the community and the game, which we love to see from one of the devs there in the chat. Tuning in whilst the action's kicking off. Sheep takes his first util and played in the life. Now trying to make heads roll from Furlex as he folds his angles out of the corner, tucks in. The reload gets off in time whilst there are 2 extra members to be able to re-swing him. Instead, they're going for the slow dedicated approach, and I'm not sure that's what you want to do to Furlex. He's just going to find the space to be able to flex on you. Oh no.
And that G36, that's what's going to answer back. Does find Crank. Things get messy on the site, though, and Joe finds McKeezy. It's that ace. Now on a 2v1, Plant looks to go in. He's got to be careful of this left side, pressuring forward toward that curtain. Curtain will reel back toward ambulance here. Call me Joe. That ace knows he's on site, slowly creeping forward, and he needs this pick in the first shot.
Now, is Joe going to be the demon, or is he going to find himself being hooked up as a Loch Ness monster? Legend of Myth. Soon to find out. He is getting decimated. He ain't a legend today. He's been banished to the mythology. Oops. Loch Ness monster down. That's ace. And it will be one with 20 seconds left on the clock. Has got one player to contend with, but it's not going to come through. Vessel holds his ground well.
Going for that no scope yet again. Honestly, I love the fact that we see that ace going for these flashy plays. He's certainly a player that's capable of hitting those shots, but honestly, I want to see him just pull that Glock back out, get the job done, because they need more than one round on this defending side.
I found myself considering for a second the word you used there is need. Could we consider an element where they maybe feel confident enough that they don't need more than one? That's got to be crazy, right? Crank's going to open up with a level of crazy, by the way. Crazy train, crazy pain. Grenade out. Ace finds the header vessel up in the air. Go back down. He says, Spartans don't fly. Not today.
Yeah, I mean, they may not necessarily need it, but I need them to need it. I want to see that need out of them because I don't see that same fire that we saw on Fort just yet. There's been some little errors, some missed shots that we don't typically see, and now the utility from Call Me Joe continues to be an issue here for Oilrig. That ace posted up waiting for someone to step into the crosshairs so he can give him that free 6 feet dirt nap.
And as we get a little lull in the action, we'll take a moment to tune into the offline match. A score posted in at the halfway point. Ancestral 4-4 with OFF at the halftime point on map number 2 on Skybridge. So that one's getting juicy up in there as well. Thank you for the information. We'll tune back in with that one a little bit later as the shots start to ring out across the courtyard back here with us. Smoke's all over the place in front of that ace. Finds him just hoping for a wither of prayer through the smoke. Other side of the map, however, Alpi's the lone last standing member defending the site, but it's going to be what was needed for the play as he's found the bomb. Suddenly, opposite to the chaos and controversy, the action over on the B site. Plays going the other way, now on site Alpi for 2, and we know full well from map number 1 that a lone positional defender is where Alpi shines the brightest. The follow-up kill from McKeezy is going to close it out, but again, Hawk, Spartans are running into one problem. It's this pillar of solidarity in Alpi.
Yeah, we're seeing Alpi begin to step it up, and I think that's what they need. Still only at 3 kills, though. Crank has kind of been that glue along with that ace at the moment, but now that we see the rest of the members of Oilrig beginning to click, that's where it could start to get dangerous for Spartans. If they could stifle this momentum with a round win here to close out the first half, it could be huge for them, but it seems like that fire is starting to be rekindled here now for Oilrig.
Onboard nade cam towards Jen finds us exploding, but not claiming a kill. That one towards site's a little bit more dangerous, especially bearing in mind Oilrig have played consistently 2 members towards that position. Yeah, and the placement from the Spartans where that one's going off versus where Oilrig are playing, just not quite matching up. There's some good chip damage though, look at the health bars.
Putting in some early work Call me Joe will most likely hold on to that nade till a little bit later in the round, but it seems like it's already been tossed this time. As we see Alpi has one in hand. Stripey, Alpi back to Stripey. Speaking of Stripey, it's plaid stripes for a moment, and now it's Sheep finding another on the Bikisi. There's the Glock of that ace to bring it out and get Sheep back to a 3v2.
He's heard you, Hart. He's been listening into the booth. Joe's got one with the MP7, and there goes the Glock. Big push onto sight as Crank looks for the right-hand side. He doesn't get the shots onto Joe, swings left into two. That one felt a little bit unlucky at the last remaining member of Oilrig, but Spartans continue a solid and complete, successful first half here on the second map. On ball, a 6-2 scoreline with Stripey roasting at the top of that scoreline with a 10-3 so far.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I'm a little bit shocked by this, but I'm not sad about it. That's for certain. I love to see this close competitiveness. I would love to see the Spartans take this series in a 1-to-1 fashion and let the returning champs know that it's not going to be a walk in the park here for HPL number 5. So Spartans off to the right foot here, sword in hand, but now they really need to drive it on home.
A little bit of a gap inside of the spawn as well. Oilrig stand one of the members behind the table as if speaking to the audience from high up here. Maybe some words of motivation from the captain to try and get this Oilrig squad catalyzed back into action. On board here with that ace is a similar position from what we saw a round ago from a different team. As a grenade lined up towards Generator. Again, nobody home on the defending side either, so both teams have read that part of the textbook. Thoroughly studied that and found a way to counter it by just not playing the area, it seems.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we saw that ace even giving it a lot of time, allowing them to try to get into position there. But Spartan's comfortable playing a bit back here, aware that these early nades might come in, especially in these opening rounds. So they give a lot of space, they stack toward the A, and they've got Lorak tucked in towards sight here.
Shots ring out over that A site, but nobody taking too much damage, just a bit of pre-fire. We jump on board here with Furlex and that P90. Slow strafing his way off of the edge of B flat, trying to do that without making the drop sound there. You see the slight micro adjustment on the movement to try and save audio. Vessel, however, is already lying in wait. Furlex aware. Doesn't find him on the first peak. Little pressure. Vessel plays his angle well and slowly and steadily cuts his angles to pull apart that push out of Oilrig. Now, first blood down. The rest of the Oilrig squad stacked towards A site. Spartans can choose to focus more of their attention.
Pressure now all the way up through lane as well. Stripe beyond the Bikisi. Lorak back to that ace. The snipe goes down. Bikisi would try to shift forward towards site where Lorak is posted up from above. No, Alpi can't find the shot either, and Lorak's on a bit of a tear in this round.
Left and right, Bikisi knows full well he doesn't want to be caught with that gun in his pocket, but it doesn't matter how aggressively you swing out to that. The Spartans have done a really good job of playing their safety in their angles, tucked on sight on this defending side for the first 2 rounds. We've seen Spartans getting themselves a 6-2 lead in the first half. Seems to have unlocked the success that they've been looking for. I mean, 2 more comfortable 1-1 against Oilrig is not what I think either of us would have expected to say by the end of this game. It's not over yet, but it does look very good for the Spartans right now.
I couldn't do anything other than agree with you. So we didn't really get to see much from the Oilrigs. They didn't have to play in those qualifiers. So this is, you know, I think a great test for them kind of finding their way back in. But this is a team that we've seen really do very, very well on a map like Bowl. The fact that they're having this much issues right now against this Spartan squad is a little bit worrisome, but we talk about it all the time. It is only day 1. It is only the first series for both of these teams as well. And so sometimes we're just knocking off a little bit of that rust or getting rid of those jitters.
A little bit of rhythm would go a long way for the Oilrig squad at this point in time. That's a good point to make. Shots out from Curtin. Find one. It's Felix for the pickup. Vestal's going to go for a good aggressive swing for 2. That's a big response out of the Spartans, down from the B side.
We see Oilrig's beginning to shift now back toward the A site here, but the Spartans comfortable on this 2-2 split. Stripey with 11, Vessel now into double digits with 10 as well. And these P90s have been putting in work. Crank goes down as well as the device. Call will most likely come out from Lorac as we see Sheep begin to shift back toward the A site through spawn.
That top end position into where Lorac is prone is very dangerous. You get caught there without the ability to move, you are stuffed. However, if he doesn't know he's there, he is pretty much obscured from line of sight. The shot onto that ace as he gets on site from the prone angle, though, is exactly what that is set up for. Stripey's going to cover off Curtin, and Spartans are going to move ever closer to one of the first upsets I think we would consider from the HPL EU 5. 8-2. Match point for Bowl. Map point to take themselves to a 1-1 tie in the first head-to-head.
This could be huge for the Spartans, honestly. If they can close this out, I mean, they give themselves 6 opportunities to do so. Realistically, they should be able to do so. And so that's where it all matters. I start to wonder, you know, was that first game a fluke, or were the Spartans just not heated up yet? Because they have been popping off here on Bowl. The whole squad together, a cohesive unit and working very well.
Grenades traded out back and forth. Smokes out from the Spartans on the defending side towards the A site. A big, strong push from the Oilrig squad. Booms its way into Generator. Furlex finds first blood. Shots through the smoke from Stripe. You're insane to claim one back, and he picks up that of Furlex in doing so. Onto site, Oilrig have found themselves the space, but they are playing a dice roll with death when it comes to Stripe. He's still being alive. Tucked in this position on headshot. Bomb goes down. Oilrig still with 4 members left alive, as well as Spartans.
There is a flank coming in, though. Looks like Call Me Joe. Just to the end of A plat now. The rest of the members coming from their spawn side here as they try to pressure forward. Call Me Joe goes prone in the background. Crank Stripey. Now that ace does find Call Me Joe in that prone position. Alpi will peek out and find not 1, but 2. Oilrig trying to battle back in this one, but they cannot afford to give up a single round at this point.
5 in a row. One after the other. The mentality that Oilrig have to come at this one with now. They did put down an extremely dominant performance on Fort. But this to me feels very much like 2 teams worth of map picks. A very one-sided map on Fort in favor of that team who had picked the map, and vice versa here for the opposite team. The Spartans are 8-3, doing an amazing job of already giving us high hopes for an extremely competitive Season 5. Furlex again is going to find first blood towards Generator. This time Bakizi's going to back him up for the second. Sheep goes down onto site. Bomb being planted with 1 minute and 30 seconds still on the clock. Is extremely quick out of Oilrig this round.
They get the plant down immediately. Call Me Joe's going to find that ace, who doesn't hit the snipe shot this time. Bakizi's ready, but has help from Furlex. They found the pick to give him the 2-player advantage, and now Stripey and Vessel have some decisions to make as that time dwindling away here on the device. Both pushing through this spawn side here, and Alpi is ready, but so is Vessel, and it's a nice headshot.
2 versus 4 goes through 2 versus 3. And then Crank gets involved, and we change our minds again. That's not something we're surprised to see. That is familiar from the back end of the last season, and that is the performance that was part of why Crank's previous roster was so dominant. As a member that's come in as a substitute, and yet again here in a similar position, he is non-stop stepping up to the table, and currently at the moment is the best performing member of his squad in Bowl. 10-9. A couple more rounds like that out of Oilrig, and we might find ourselves convinced we may have an overtime on our hands. I'm not against it. Oilrig seems to be against picking up the bomb though.
But they need Big D. You know, Apple tried to tell everybody,
True.
but no, I'm not against some overtime either. And I think back to what you said about how each team doing better on their own map pick, but for me, that doesn't suffice for Oilrig. This is a team that we've seen play so well on Bowl, and so for me, they can't use that excuse. They need to either bring this one back or at least make it close here. And so we started to see that, but already the Spartans now here in this round finding an early pick on Crank.
I'll be putting some work in here with this G36 that you've mentioned a couple of times over. I mean, it's got 40 rounders. I assume that's going to be a large part in the decision-making process as to why we're rolling on that. Alpi currently staring at the top of Bakizi's head. I wonder if he's just admiring that crown. 5 Spartans still left alive. Oilrig seem a little bit like they're just taking their time to figure out what they want to set up here. Bakisi goes down in the meanwhile, leaving 3 alive.
We'll begin to shift around. There is one posted up toward Jin, but nobody has been spotted. Just 35 seconds on the clock. Furlex able to find the opener. They trying to pressure in, clear it off the angles. One spotted toward Jin now. Lorak, Furlex, back and forth. The trades come in. Shots. The snap from Furlex, but it doesn't connect here. They've gotten a couple kills, but they still need to get that device down.
There's so many P90s going off. It's hard to figure out when somebody started firing and somebody else has finished. There's actually like 3 or 4 different people, and bullets just keep rattling out. Stripey's going to use the P90 for one of those. Return. The G36 has got its moment of the spotlight to play. Vessel down. Stripey and Joe versus Alpi. This one to close out the game for the Spartans.
He at least has the plant down. Stripey has made his way onto site. He's shifted away from it, though, and he's not going to be able to cover it. He's got to go on the crossover, and maybe a bit of bad positioning here for that plant. Post-plant positioning just a bit off. Spartans capitalize, and we've got our first upset of the day here in match 1.
And as we finish off our first head-to-head on screen, the final score overall in the head-to-head, 1-1. Stripey, the Spartans MVP in our second match here, and a 9-4 result on Bowl sees them both splitting the points in their first match for Season 5, which I'm delighted to say that sets us up really well for the next couple of days. That being said, before we sail off to the video in between, checking in map 2, Ancestral versus OFF, currently 8-8 going into overtime. So we'll check in on that and have a little yap about that right after this. Look at all the tech. Look at it shine. The beautiful wind force cooling system. An amazing 9070. Thanks to AMD Radeon and Aorus. Partnered up together. A beautiful prize that could be yours, folks. Don't forget that giveaway going on right now. All you got to do, exclamation mark Aorus in the chat. Get your hands on multiple tickets. And Hawk, potentially, if they want to check out some of the gear that partnership has to offer from the stores, Amazon shops, wherever else you might find it from a seller.
That's right, and that's why you got to make sure you're following those socials, including that x.com/huntpremiere_, because like this great GPU here, in the future, we've got a monitor and a laptop that we'll be giving away at some future events. A lot of really awesome stuff coming out of Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, and of course, Aurorus and AMD. So super thankful for all of that, and super thankful for all the amazing action we've already had today. It was a little bit rough. I thought 9-1 on Fort. This could be bad for the Spartans. We talked about that mental fortitude. They lock it in. They come out swords swinging, and they slay the previous returning champs of Oilrig here. And not even close, 9-4. I mean, what a great showing from them.
It's a transformation, we could say, from Game 1 to Game 2 from both teams. We saw an extreme amount of dominance and confidence out of Oilrig in Map 1. We saw them attempt to play with that kind of approach for Map 2, but we saw the Spartans adjust. I feel like the Spartans were trying to play with a very bold confidence in Game 1, whereas we can take these fights face on, we can win our ones, we'll battle buddy them in 2s and 3s, and rightly so, I guess. The steamroll of Oilrig that plays as a dominant, experienced force, they outplayed those ego fights or the ones of the even fights. Map 2, instead, the Spartans played slowed angles, they kited out, they played to the objective for the bomb as much as they could, instead of forcing engagements, and I think that slower tempoed pace shook the Oilrig lineup a little bit, caught them off guard, which is why the Spartans put such a good foot forward. I mean, 6-2 Hawk. We said it the first round was textbook. I mean, that's the textbook first half scoreline. 6-2 is the golden score.
Absolutely. Stripey had 15 kills in that one. I know that Ace had 13 in that first map on Fort as well. But then we look at our next matchup, Ancestral Exaltation. Ancestral's in overtime right now against only 4 frags. I mean, this could be tough for them. I mean, they get into a very long series. They lost map 1 as well already, and having to play right on the back end of it. I mean, this can really test the skills. I mean, these players show, like we talked about, great fortitude, but it can be tough to do. But I guess before we get into all that, let's take one more look at all the amazing highlights from the Spartans and the Oilrig here back on Bolt.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Hawk. We've got so much to talk about and go through because of the fact that there's action happening on screen and off screen that we're going to have to break it up into little sections and segments for you guys and yap about it in between and around all of the amazing highlights we get to see here. Now, a performance much more resplendent of the red colors of glory here. The Spartans putting some insane rounds together early on. We had a nice little speed bump out of the Oilrig squad. Round number 3 slows that scoreline down to 2-1. Made us feel like we were going to be in for a competitive first half, but the Spartans took that as invigoration. We don't want to allow them to put too many together, and the Spartans did the one thing me and you profess a lot very well. They put consecutive rounds in the bank. 1, 2, 3, drop around. 1, 2, 3, drop around. That's a great attacking half at 6-2.
Yeah, a phenomenal showing here from the Spartans, and we really get to see a lot of it here. Cranked tossing this nade over the top, does find Stripey, who was that shining star, but I mean, it was consistent great plants, consistent great retakes from the Spartans. It didn't matter what side they were playing on, and Lorak really stepping it up here in game number 2 with this P90 as well.
You said it absolutely spot on. Took the words right out of my mouth and out of the chat as well. Some good comments coming in from some of the spectators, keeping their eye on the action as we scroll through the highlights. At that point in time, we had a couple of comments from the members in the chat saying the same thing. A one Snurlex, I believe, saying that Lorak had now turned his monitor on, which was absolutely evident given the performance coming out of the second half of the match. Not just that, but again, it was a performance for me. There's something I hate to harp on, but come back to. That felt like a team Spartans performance. I didn't look to one individual member to carry a certain part of the gameplay. We weren't found in multiple situations on board with a remaining Spartans player, willing them to have to do more than was necessary. We weren't finding Joe left in a 1v3 with a nade in his hand to have to pull off a miracle in mini to make something happen. We weren't seeing Stripey left with less than enough people to be concerned about him killing them, but in such a tough angle that it's hard to execute. So, for me, they did what we asked. They not only took 5 individually good players, but they put it together and they executed their map pick. This invigorates me because we've got a season's worth of teams now, potentially, that can trade back and forth. Our first 2 games is an even split. We're seeing off screen. We've got a OFF victory in the first, where I think we both had Ancestral pegged for their first victory in that one. Maybe a 1-1 split, but 2-0 the other way. So much.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And for me, again, the Spartans, looking at this with the Oilrig here, the fact that they can turn around from a 9-1 shows that, maybe that was just some first game jitters for me, because I felt like the whole team wasn't performing in that first game. And in that second game, it was night and day. The whole team literally turns it up. You had Stripey with 15. I think Vessel had 10 or 10 plus. And everybody was filling their role, making sure to get trades at a minimum. And Fort, it was like Oilrig always had that player advantage. It was completely reversed on Bowl. And again, the fact that Bowl is a map that we've seen Oilrig be very, very comfortable on for so long really gives me high hopes for a lot of these other teams.
It does go to show a little bit of the result of what happens when everybody changes their teams up. You've still got to build a little bit of synergy in there. Again, doesn't matter how much experience you have individually, playing together as a team, as a whole, as a unit, is something that only comes with time playing together. So it did, I guess, a little bit show here that maybe now Bol, not an Oilrig favoured map. It definitely looked good from the Spartans for their first half, for sure. Their second half also. I think defending side discipline can be applied to any map. I don't think it matters too much specifically how you go about playing it specifically on. But it's more the not over peaking angles, hold those 90s, the box angles of peaks that give you positional solidarity over both sites, and just don't engage in open field warfare. Too many fights fought out in open 50s that you don't need to be fighting, and I mean, good discipline took them over the line, so a well-played match from the Spartans. That, however, though, is the first of our matches concluded for the day, and I believe, Hort, time for a little respite.
A little rest here. I mean, we got to get ready for the next match, which includes Ancestral, but they're in a 10-10 overtime battle right now. So we're going to take a short break, a great time to stretch those legs, maybe grab those snacks. Keep an eye on that bracket, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got Ancestral taking on Exaltation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day one of HPL EU5. Now, the important thing to talk about, straight off the rip, we left you with a dubious conversation. We were at 10-10 in overtime. It has been passed on to us that that match has now been concluded 13-10, with your victors being OFF, which means OFF have a 2-0 victory in their first match, which is another upset for me in my mind. And I think, Hort, you're going to disagree with me on that one because you've had OFF fitted to be performing this time around.
You know, and honestly, I love Ancestral and I want to see them do really, really well. But I know historically in these, they've been a little bit hit or miss. And I feel like Only Four Frags is a team that has made consistent and steady growth. I mean, it's a very fun roster as well. We've seen them rock a couple marksmans at the same time before, Dark and Danskewer, Smoke, Wicked, Wreath. It's a very fun squad to watch. And I don't know, for whatever reason, I had them on my books for this one. And so I'm nice to see him pull it off, but kudos to Ancestral. I mean, multiple overtimes there. That certainly had to be one hell of a match to watch.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to look back at the scoreline, and I did have Ancestral put down for a 2-0 victory over OFF, so consider me coloured wrong for that one for sure. That's a 2-0 victory for OFF, and congratulations on them for that success. Great points on the board, and let's just put this into context, Thought. Okay. We've played 2 games, and I think we would both agree that the 2 teams we featured on screen would both beat the 2 teams we featured off screen, give or take. Performances being shown by the Spartans. Certainly on ball for the Spartans. All I'm going to say is this.
You know, I don't... Go ahead.
Neither of them are there. Neither of them got the win. So OFF right now are currently sitting
on top
in the best place by being able to take home 2 maps. Not just one, but OFF will be sitting at the top of the table. I know it's jaded, folks. I know we're gaslighting the heck out of you right now because we've still got matches to play. Teams haven't even shown up yet. But this will be the first time that OFF has ever been at the top of a HPL table. And I don't think it's going to be the last one with the way that they've been playing. If they're able to put those 2 matches home, Hort, sheesh, maybe we've got a surprise on our hands.
Yeah, you know, and Only Four Frags lost to Ancestral in the qualifiers. I think 9-6 on maybe Ford. I forget what it was, but you know, I know when we get into more of these more than one map situations, Only Four Frags plays very well. And for me, what that says is Only Four Frags can beat Spartans. I've seen them beat Spartans before. Oilrig has shown that they are a much more beatable team now as well. And maybe I should have put Only Four Frags a little bit higher on my end list as well. I mean, again, it's only day one, so we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. But it's exciting to see something different than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to get to see something different for the rest of the day. I mean, every single one of the teams pretty much has been mixed up in some way, shape, or form, be it a roster change, be it a roster shift, or a complete roster rewrite. Badge, players, or both. Well, we don't need to look too much further because thanks to some great work from the guys that do the graphics in the background, we're going to get to have a nosy at our second head-to-head. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Ancestral versus Exaltation, our next best of 2. Ancestral, a returning team that you will be familiar with. Selfish, Geistras, Svedas, Kofenas, and J4 or Have coming in there for the Ancestral squad. On the opposite side of the field, Exaltation, an amalgamation of players from different ventures previously. Hort, the likes of that from Denny, which those will remember across a couple of different previous squads, of Gurkus as well, and Mr. G. Weiss, and a couple of new names to support that, Matasu and Butterbrot.
Yeah, you know, I'm familiar with, I would say, everybody but Butterbrot here on this Exaltation squad. So interested to see what they can bring to the table for the squad. Ancestral, this is going to be a make or break for them, I feel, because they just come out of a very tough series where the first game went pretty far, the second game went all the way the distance and some, and so you've been playing for a while already. In my mind, this is a game that Ancestral should most likely 2-0 here, and so I feel like, especially after they lost a 2-0, they really need to come out swinging on this one.
A couple of teams that have spoken to me in the lead up to this have mentioned that they were impressed believed that Exaltation overachieved to what their expectations were when they came up against them in the scrim environment. So the table is out there for them today to be able to play the cards on to impress us in the casting booth and all of you guys at home. It'll be time for Exaltation to step up to the mark, shall we say. And like you said, what better time than when Ancestral may be faltering given the previous matchup, tough matchup they've had. Me personally, I'm a little bit on the other side of the fence for this one. I would be comfortable in Ancestral's feet right now. You had two long matches to get settled into the rhythm, have those muscles warmed up, and maybe those moves just, loosened a little bit. So Ancestral maybe coming hot out of the gate after being fresh from a previous match might find themselves more comfortable in the early part of this best of two. That there would see them looking for a first map victory to take them on with a potential of at least a draw for the second one, which I'm sure they'll be hoping for given the first results. So let's take a look at those maps and let's have a look at what the environment is going to be around these two teams.
Oh, you see it here. Bull banned away this time. Your beloved Iceberg also banned away, which I will hate to bring some bad news. The stream that is, or the game off stream between Merc and Arctic will have an Iceberg. So
No.
hate to do that to you, Crack, but we love you. Exaltation though headed to Bay 5, and I'm kind of surprised that this is their pick. We talked about it. This is the map, as Ignatus was correcting me there in chat. This is the map that Ancestral did beat only 4 frags on in their qualifier as well. So a map that they're very comfortable on, I would assume. And then Fort will be the pick for Ancestral.
I'm telling you now, the next tattoo I go and get is going to be 2 single tears. One for either side of my face underneath my eye with an iceberg inside the teardrop. This is just never going to happen. Honestly, at this point in time, I'm convinced it's just not a real map. I get to play it in my dreams when I'm playing unranked games with my eyes half closed at like 2:30 in the morning before passing out. That's it. Iceberg just doesn't exist. Jokes aside, Bay 5 and 4 are for our territory in this matchup here. Exaltation going to be trying to exert some pressure on the campfire of Ancestral in Bay 5 to put them in a position potentially for a sticky fort and the close out of this one. I don't know if I'm as convinced in Exaltation taking this one home versus Ancestral. I have too much unfamiliarity of this 5 players playing together. That's for me where my concern is. I've got to see Exaltation play, which we're going to get to do very shortly, to find myself, I guess, convinced that they're going to be able to stand up to that of Ancestral. Because, I mean, let's talk about a bit of Ancestral history real quickly. Solid team when they've shown up to HPL. Slightly favoring 7th, you so wisely notified me on the other day, is that it seems to be a common position they end up the season in as 7th. But they're a team that normally comes out of the gate swinging. Like, their day 1, day 2 in past records been very good. Interesting first match, a little change in tone.
Maybe it's that change that they need to get over that hump. We've seen them get into 4th place once, but it's been a lot of 7ths. And so, sometimes you got to take a little bump on the chin before you get back up and power forward. And maybe, this Exaltation squad can be that stepping stone for Ancestral. Geistris, Vetus, the brothers, fun to watch. Vetus loves to pull out those jump shots. Selfish. When Selfish shows up, this is a dangerous team. Denny, Agurkus, Mr. G White, super talented players. Matasu, a former teammate of yours, I've only seen play a few times, and Butterbrot, unfortunately, I don't know much about. So excited to see it unfold this time here on Bay 5.
Yep, and it is the first point to note as we move in onto the screen that Matasu is not playing for the Exaltation lineup today. The starting roster will be Mr. G White, Butterbroat, Nosebleed stepping in, Denny and Agurkus there. Ancestral are going to be playing their starting 5 roster out the gate. Nearly 50 seconds off the clock, early opening for our Bay 5 match here. And as Exaltation are pitched up for the bomb finishing A, the time is escaping them slowly but steadily. I'm keeping a weary eye on Ancestral's top mid member, that number 3 player in Svedas, trying to work his way into that position out of Nosebleed on slant. Good damage out of Nosebleed, repels that push. Don't want to have the flank open early from the attacking side.
10 players still standing here, and I was wondering if we were going to see Nosebleed. I felt like it was almost an injustice to see him on the bench. He does make an appearance here today, but it's Selfish, Convenus. They combine for 2 before Nosebleed finds a pick of their own on the back pedal. G White's on the hunt, and he'll find Selfish.
Yeah, G White's actually a little bit late to the rotation in the office there, but he gets fortunate that Selfish repeats at the same similar angle, walks back into the pre-fire spray. Harvey and Butterbroat, so it's J4 and Butterbroat together, trading kills for their team. Plaid stripes and the kill feed. We're only given a pinstripe this time, Hort. It's only back and forth the one time till Mr. G White puts one down to the 2 times. Spread out to the backside of Ali's going to give Geistras an opening, but the brother system does not manage to betray that bomb plant. Butterbroat, he's going to put butter on his bread from the first round and get that bomb planted, as well as the first point on the board for Breadstick.
Yeah, this is a great start for Exaltation, and again for Ancestral, you got to wonder if that previous series is in the back of their mind at all, and if they lose a couple early rounds in a row, 2 or 3 rounds, does it begin to affect that mental for them? So I want to see Ancestral keeping it close here early. Would love to see them battle back. It's an early nade this time from Selfish. It doesn't quite find a home, however.
Wait in anticipation of the silence, then gets cut like a knife by the bullets out of Geistras as him and Nosebleed towards the middle section start to contest. Geistras just playing this angle in gap. Ooh, Svedas. That's going to be a teammate going down. Mistakes were made, not the person he was looking for, but no more real capitalization on it for them to need to worry about. So the dust settles, as does the chaos. You see something that Exaltation do quite well here is killing the audio. There's no sound really coming out of many of the players until they all try and get active, which leaves Ancestral just a little bit antsy. One from Svedas, goes down. Oh, it's all kicking off.
Butterbroat just dancing around, trying to get a shot for his teammate here, but Geistras will find the headshot onto Agurkus. Doesn't know he's prone, does now, but on the pickup, Kofinas able to find it. G-Whites, though, the trade back. One more in the back alley, but G-Whites is going to have to leg it.
Yeah, a little bit, again, slow to the play from G-Whites as the prone position with him stood behind as a battle buddy shouldn't really have allowed for it to be a 1-for-1 trade. You put 2 people there to try and take that man out of the back alley without losing a member, so Ancestral doing a really good job of being able to repel what the Exaltation squad had put down on the table for them. Geistras is just creeping his way to find the angle for the first. Denny does go down. G-Whites is there for the trade. That's an insanely better timing shot from G-Whites. The third doesn't quite go down back sight. Selfish is going to save Ancestral, but you can't help but feeling Exaltation starting to warm up now. That's the G-Whites we're used to knowing, is that Hawk. A little bit quicker, kill by kill. You feel him starting to get a grip for the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was nasty. The situational awareness, the 180, he finds 2, and realistically, the crosshair placement on that third player on Selfish was great. Selfish was just ready, pre-fire shots come out. I mean, he was just a little bit quicker on the trigger there, but at the same time, this is what you want to see from Ancestral, especially after coming off a 2-0 loss, a very deep overtime as well. You don't want to go down by a bunch of rounds here and really let it begin to creep into that mental. And so we're seeing them able to battle back, but can they take that extra step and get forward?
The extra step has Nosebleed stepping out in front of the crosshair of Geistras. Again, that position from the A side through gap, holding strong for Ancestral. You see their defensive posture just leaves them slightly open top mid. Gives the impression that Exaltation can run up mid for free, but then this cross angle from Geistras in gap is just pulling them apart. You can't fall into the same trap twice. That's just almost criminal. Exaltation just trying to throw the wrong one at them by doing the same play twice over. Butterbroat's going to banish Selfish through the smoke. That's a great shot. G-White's watching the back of the bomb, and his timing ends up being exceptional too.
They brought it back to a 3v3, device in hand near mid in a gunfight with Kofinas, and Butterbroat will win that one. They shift toward the A side. It is open momentarily, but Agurkus is the one with the device. He still puts J4 down, and they don't even care about the plant momentarily.
Yeah, G-White's again holding last line of defense towards Svedas. First point of contact, so Butterbroat can put the pincer action onto him. 2 of the last 3 Exaltation members here to make sure that Ancestral are extinct on the back end of round number 3. 2-1 on the scoreline. Exaltation take the lead for the time being.
On top, back and forth, a little tug of war action. I mean, honestly, if it's been the theme of the day for Ancestral, they've already found an overtime, and they were somewhat close in that first one as well. So love to see these competitive matches back and forth. I wasn't sure how Exaltation was going to perform today as a team. We haven't really seen this roster together here, but at the moment, playing very well together.
Opening defensive util as Ancestral put a smoke off towards A plat. Smart choice, it seems, as we know from the spectator viewers. Exaltation are stacking up towards this A plat position. Is Kafenis going to look for a push out through the smoke? He's trying to walk out, but he's creeping it as he knows two people are going to be pushing towards White Van. G Whites gets a little bit of a whiff on the edge of the smoke. He's going to go down. Instead, it's going to be left to Denny. Doesn't even need support from the teammates. Kafenas just doesn't find the acceleration pedal when he needs to on the edge of the smoke, and Denny puts him down for it.
Exaltation, great patience here on the attacking side as well. They've allowed Ancestral to pressure forward. They find an opening pick, and now they have the numbers to work with. They just got to decide where they want to go momentarily. We see Svetis beginning to creep through and toward mid here as well. The shot's now ringing out toward the A site. The smoke's in the way here as well. And now that they smoke off back alley, they're most likely going to look to stampede in.
Should have been the one to claim the prize, but it's Geistrus and J4 that combine together for two. Ice is on threat and being planted, but Geistrus is open to swing for it. That's the second. Into the back of the smoke. Geistrus ready for it. The third goes down. Ancestral looking to try and pull this one back to a 2-2 piece for the Gurkhas. Last left alive, now no longer. Scoreline ties up. This is going to be good. I can already feel in the atmosphere the tension between these two teams. I feel disrespectful saying it, but it feels like Exaltation don't necessarily have a right to be at an even scoreline with this Ancestral squad, knowing what we do from our past experience and the fact that this Exaltation lineup is very fresh. However, maybe OFF have shook them just a little bit.
Yeah, very well could have happened. I mean, we see the rest of the crew not quite performing as well as Geistrus here, who's got 9 kills through 4 rounds, but a couple shining stars on the side of Exaltation here, and I expect to see this kind of level out a little bit as time goes on, but Butterbroat on this P90 threads the needle. J4 continues to have some early struggles here, and now we're on board with Nosebleed.
Yeah, somebody fetch me a couple of tissues. Not a fan of nosebleeds. This one, however, big fan. Really good player of the game. Great game sense and awareness. Also somebody that does a lot with aim training and coaching. You ever looking for any tips or advice on crosshair placement and the like? Nosebleed, one of the guys to definitely talk to be able to help with that kind of stuff. Guys just picking up that kill onto Nosebleed, though, as a remaining tail end of this Exaltation squad, Hort, is trying to use that distraction from the A site as a way to sneak up mid, but it's not going to go the way of the plan.
Looks like they're going to shift back through mid here. Still searching for something. 40 seconds on the clock. Some time to work with. Geistrus tries to find one on the crossover. Can't connect. Will get a second one, though, and that's G Whites that falls here at mid.
How many times are we going to challenge Geistrus out of gap, honestly? This is crazy to see such a good performance out of him from the same spot. Trades back 3 level numbers, though. 3 versus 3. The rotation is good, but Selfish is waiting for him. Selfish, Selfish, Selfish. We know he's good to slam. He gets help from Butterbroat. Second on the left-hand side. Selfish for a quick 3-piece. Woohoo! He's back.
Yes, that's the Selfish that I'm used to seeing. We talked about it earlier. What Selfish shows up today? When he is popping off, they tend to go on to win games. You look at Geistrus's just phenomenal performance here through the first 5 rounds, and I feel like if we can just get Svetis, Kafinas, and J4 now popping off where they need to be, we would see that Ancestral team that we're used to seeing, that cohesive unit that wins round after round. But I like the fact that we see this new squad, this new roster of Exaltation, really giving them a run for their money.
They've started to find the stoppers in this Ancestral defense. They've seen the reasons why the setup plays as it does. You can see it yourself if we look at it a bit. Nosebleed pushes in. He's going to take out Spedash. You've got Geistrus holding this gap position towards the A site for solidarity. Is Selfish anchoring over towards B, and it explains why Ancestral would play defensive side on Bay 5, feeling confident that they have both halves of the map covered. Notice, though, the rounds for Exaltation have been successful. It's been Geistrus or Selfish that's been avoided. They've not actually pressured or had people go down, trying to cross mid through gaps. So a good adjustment again. Exaltation, you can see them hovering here. They don't want to cross that left-hand side opening, just for the fear that Geistrus is there to lose too many free kills to it.
It's very slow early rounds here for Exaltation. They've got this pick on the Svetis again, but Geistrus is the one I think they need to take care of at the moment, who begins to shift back toward gap. The question is, do they challenge here again?
Back alley reinforcements coming in from Ancestral. You mentioned it at the right time. The two team system that were starting to swing that way around has actually sent one away. G White's left on his own to deal with two now. This will be big if he can come out on top. Need the members over peaking. Three quick kills from J4. What is that?
He was just posted up over there waiting for that rotation to come in. He hears the audio cue, drops 3 and the device. So the call comes in. Selfish from back alley will get around on the G Whites. Geistrous will cut off Butter Bro here at mid. And everything really starting to click now for Ancestral.
It's a great read. It's a really good read. In fact, it's over smart for how it was played by Exaltation. You see G White and his battle buddy member run away from him in that back alley position. That does kind of semi-telegraph, and we're not trying to put all of our force here. Instead, he goes to the front door, but also doesn't commit to his angle. Smells and whiffs of something stinks a little bit and not quite right here, and Ancestral read it like a book. J4 just plants his feet on site and says, nope, no, you're not throwing smoke over my eyes today.
Exaltation. They had a couple early rounds on the board. That momentum has been stifled a bit here. They're trying to regain some of that confidence now, but up through back alley is Kafinas already looking to hold this angle here, as we see Exaltation just trying to cheat forward, looking for any bit of intel here, and with that, Ancestral will begin to send Selfish back that way.
A very widespread line of defense has Ancestral with a member out towards Forklift and still con boxes, while Exaltation have heavily favored this A site as the final point for planting. They already have a member in. Nosebleed is fully on into the bay. The bay of the back of A site. I want to say into the bay. He's not. He's hovering about tucking into Rat, but he's not actually going to tuck in. Fenas finds Butterbro. This alley positioning. Nosebleed does take out Selfish, but there's the kill we're looking for. He gets into Rat from the cross. Now as Svedas retakes up Selfish's position. Gurkus with a disgusting pick as Nosebleed's trying to find a nutty angle through the back of the sandbags.
Yeah, Gurkus was on that flank. It was a great pick from Exaltation to limit that, and now we see 4 pressuring onto the site. They still haven't been able to get the plant down, but they might not need it. Denny, G Whites combined for 2 here. Svedas all alone in a 4v1 has found one, but it's only a consolation prize. The Gurkus, the trade back, and with that, Exaltation a little bit closer to tying it up.
That looked really good from Ancestral when they positioned up for the defense, but you've got to give it to Exaltation as they work the angles back and forth. You see members dipping in and out and then pulling some of the Ancestral players out of these positions of comfort or the tighter angles to fight through and just giving themselves a chance to fight them out in the open. Nosebleeds wins over his ones, G Whites wins his one, Butterbro wins his one, Agurkus is coming around on that flank, and suddenly Exaltation put another round in the bag. We're looking at a scoreline where 2-2 was teasing us. 4-4 is looking possible and probable with the way that these two teams are stacked up so far.
Right half. That's when I really look for those first 2 rounds of that second half to see if there is going to be a drastic difference or not. But yeah, I mean, we've really seen a good back and forth between these two teams. Both teams making adjustments from every couple rounds or so to do what they need to do to get the job done here. But it will be an early pick this time that favors Selfish.
Let's see if Exaltation are going to adjust based off of this. Fenas is going to go down to G Whites. And again, what feels like an aggressive push out from the A site. Nosebleed finds Svedas. Everybody on Ancestral getting a little bit itchy hot. This slow tempo again from Exaltation, catching them a little bit in their tracks.
J4 and Agurkus find some trades back and forth. Selfish will come out on the cross. He knows one's behind him, gonna mirror in, but has to rotate around and tries to isolate a one, gets an opportunity, but Nosebleed dropping bodies this round with that MP7. It's another big round, and what we find ourselves tied up at halftime.
4-4. Interesting. 12-5 from Geistress, a big performance coming in for the top man on Ancestral, but G White's Butterbro, Nosebleed together. 3 of them. sharing the load of the team's strength at the top. Split field now. Bay 5, attacking or defending favoured, and Ancestral or Exaltation favoured.
I mean, it's tough. Exaltation's playing really well, and normally I would probably say that this favors Ancestral, especially with their history and performance. I mean, they did beat only 4 frags on this map as well. I think 9-6 or so. But you know, you said something earlier that maybe that only 4 frag series has shook them a little bit, and it appeared to be that way in those opening rounds. It seems like they're getting comfortable again, and so for me, I'm really looking forward to these first 2 rounds to see if they have what it takes to stop this Exaltation team. But Brother Brought on this P90 is putting a hailstorm of bullets downfield.
That's it, the magical first 2 rounds of the second half of the game, the ones that really do betray the story. Butterbroke being aggressed on and pressured on from the left-hand side. He's going to swing out into Selfish. Does not win that one. Denny takes a kill from beforehand. Nosebleed follows up on the backhand. And it's 2 red kills for the one of blue. But 2 blue bruises come flying on through. G Whites and Nosebleed taken out. 3-2. Ancestral find Geistras, Svedas, and J4 in good positions with the device planted.
Gurkus waiting for the teammate to get into position. Couldn't really attempt to deny that plan. And with that, Ancestral can back off a bit. They've got one in toward back alley as well. And so many angles for Exaltation to clear. They try to shift in together here using that buddy system. They've got 30 seconds on the clock. They need 3. And the defusal as a Gurkus goes down.
Jumping across the front doors, a little bit dangerous, but not when you've got the numbers nailed to a T. 3 versus 1, the final member does get knocked over, and Ancestral move themselves back into the lead at a 5-4 scoreline. Now, the one thing that we say a lot about Arena is that the score is not decided until the final round goes onto the board, and that a team that keeps themselves up and alongside with the pace for the whole of the game gets to a maybe 5-6, 6-6, 6-7 scoreline, and then creates a 2-round advantage and wins the game out right at the end after the other teams looked like they've been in the favour for the whole game. So, I'm looking to Ancestral to extend this lead early so that Exaltation don't have a hope of sneaking it at the end. And if you're an Exaltation fan, then you are looking for them to pull this back and start making a lead of their own. Depends which side of the coin you sit on. Thoughts, Hort?
You know, honestly, I'm thinking about how off-screen right now, Skybridge, Merc versus Arctic. Arctic up 5-3 at halftime against the Mercenaries, who it didn't drop a single game in those qualifiers, but at risk of being upset here at the moment. Back to the matters at hand. Ancestral up by 1 as well. We see Butterbrought and crew tucked onto the A side. Ancestral really showing as much patience on this attacking side as what we saw from Exaltation.
Shot's going to pop off towards the back side of Allen. G-Whites picks up 1. Butterbroke for the 2nd. Butterbroke for the 3rd. And the bomb is down. Exaltation put themselves in a much better spot in round number 10 for a chance to again even up that scoreline. Did you say 3-5? 5-3 to Arctic at half time.
We might be in for a day of upsets, and I would be pleasantly pleased.
Speaking of upsets, I think Butterbroke's about to be upset. He picked the wrong slice of cheese out of the fridge because that's the one that's going to get him caught with his hands in his pocket. Selfish finds one down on the ground. Denny's going to be able to put shots out, but not take models down. That's going to feel bad tomorrow morning.
Yeah, reaching for the cheese, but he ran into 2 monsters that were looking mighty Gouda, baby. J4 will go down as well. It's G-Whites back on top. Exaltation not ready to go silently into the night on this one. They keep it tied, and we might be looking at another overtime for Ancestral. They might be playing all day here.
I think Denny's going to be grateful for the fact that that was covered off that way. Let's be honest, that was a lot of bullets that came out of the MP7 and not a lot of damage that looked like it got dealt. Prone angles are hard. There are lots of things that obscure being able to move the gun around when you're prone. And of course, hitting legs and ankles is it's not really what you're aiming for with an MP7. That's a shot to the head's normally pretty good.
Little enforcer throwback, you know? Maybe it's just ingrained in the blood a little bit.
True.
That nade doesn't find anyone. We'll see him begin to shift toward the B side. It's been a lot of A pressure from Ancestral. They're going to mix it up a bit here as well. One tucked onto the site. We see Exaltation begin to go back that way, but Nosebleed catching Kafinas here at mid is a nice early pick now.
As 3 members are in, 2 members are in, sorry. G Whites is going to repel one of them immediately. A little bit of disrespect to back Red towards the con side. Red actually then gets confused as Selfish finds the angle on the cross. Tucked on site, Spartans is in a good place, but how long is it before Exaltation start bringing members over to support? The bomb has not been planted yet, which is why you see Exaltation lining up this small line of scrimmage across CT, but not committing anybody to it until they need to. G White's holding this anchor down now, allowing Exaltation to play with extreme speed and pace. Beautifully well played. The timing is perfect. Just as the support arrives, Ancestral are forced to swing. And you know what a crossfire does.
Yeah, phenomenal positioning there from Exaltation. They ensure that they get those final kills. We saw Svedis not able to get back to the site in time and find cover. So Exaltation will take the lead a little bit later in this one here. Ancestral trying to battle back, but if Exaltation starts to put these next couple rounds on the board, they might just be able to close it out. I think I saw Sky or somebody in chat saying that Exaltation did actually beat Ancestral in their open qualifier matches.
Yep, absolutely. Ooh, little bit of a jump shot over the top of the force towards Plat to Plat. Doesn't find a kill, but Agurkus and Butterbro are more than ready to match their members. Agurkus is going to extend his 1 to a 2 to a 3 as he's got a quick slick move with a spin on the 180 to find the one back towards the alley. A bit of a spray and a free fire through the back wall is going to be looking for that 4th that's out there, but Selfish has already crossed the other side. However, suffocated is the word he's searching for in the dictionary as each of the remaining members of Exaltation all start to close in.
7-5 now. Yeah, and just looking back at that qualifier, it looks like it was 9-3 on Bay 5 in favor of Exaltation. So Ancestral has done a little bit better than that open qualifier, but now we're starting to see Exalt run away with it a bit here. They've got that 2-point cushion, 1 away from match point, 2 from closing it out. And Ancestral, you feel like this is realistically almost a must-win round.
This was exactly the position I was talking about as well. This is the time when the team that has been keeping up with, but just 1 round behind the pace the entirety of the game, puts themselves 2 together in a row. If we see this one extend to a 3rd and move to an 8-5 scoreline, you have to feel that Exaltation have put themselves at least the tip of the first nail into the coffin when it comes to a job well done in this head-to-head. We're on board here with Kafanus, a prone Kafanus, enjoying himself a bit of concrete comfort as Agurkus and Butterbro are tucked behind the cover as we can see, just waiting for somebody to make a move. The only thing Kafanus is going to be moving is a little to the left or a little to the right, nephew, depending on how he shuffles.
He is completely fine, just pinching this tent down on the prone position here. He had DM'd me, told me he saw that move from Tamaga, so trying to see if it works out here. Agurkus has taken a little bit of damage, but you take a look at the kills. 13 for G Whites, 10 for Agurkus. Butterbro almost at double digits here, as well as Nosebleed.
Absolutely, and great to see such a massive support from 3 of the Exaltation fans in the chat repeatedly throughout the entirety of the match so far. Not willing to let it go unknown that they believe that their team is the strongest out here on the field. Good to see that interaction from the supporters. Ancestral have decided that interaction with that A site is not what they want though. We are looking for a round the outside. G Whites for 1, Nosebleed for 2. G Whites for a second of his own puts them 3. That attack seems to fall apart rather quickly. Denny goes down. The Selfish. No, sorry. Denny takes out Selfish, as I am completely confused by perspective, and Butterbro to finish it off. Halt, what's going on? Wait, where did Ancestral go 2 rounds ago?
I don't know. They had such a good opportunity to power back, but you see Svedis, Kafinas both with only 3 kills and 11 deaths here, and I think it's been a little bit of a struggle for them. So, you know, it's just about finding what works and filling that role within the squad. Exaltation has been able to do it a little bit better here on Bay 5, especially in the second half. And again, you wonder if playing those longer series earlier, going into overtime, and then struggling to find that dub is something that has affected the dexterity and the mentality of Ancestral.
You would certainly think that, but with the confidence and aggression of Exaltation who wants to fight with, you would question it elsewise. The one thing I would say is it brave or is it reckless? Abaddon will bro. He's considering himself Abaddon the Despoiler as he's going to take out 3 members of that Ancestral attacking squad that melts walking into the corridor. A response back from 1, takes out a Gurkus, but Selfish and Spartans is last left alive. Going to slowly swing back out of the alley to look upon the dismay of their team as it is piled folded here in front of A plat. Oh no. What a mess.
And Butterbro was one of the only players I really wasn't familiar with, but will be certainly familiar with after today. Tucked into the right spot, though, and Selfish is well aware. He snuffs them out here, and with that, trying to reel this one back. They don't have any rounds to give. They find themselves at a player disadvantage. Selfish, the jump shot, will find a bit of damage on the Nosebleed.
This is where the round gets dangerous for Exalted. Selfish is absolutely viable to be able to pull this off on his own in the 1v3, let alone with the support of Svedas surrounding him. Look to try and find the first nice light Nosebleed on that CT position, though, is not going to give away his spot by being over-aggressive. He just holds steady. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on a day of upsets today. We're rocking the boat. Exaltation take a 9-5 victory over Ancestral in their first map on Bay 5. 13-6. 13 kills, 6 headshots from the MVP in Butterbroat Hall. And like you said, that's a name people are going to be remembering soon.
If you weren't familiar with, you certainly are now. I mean, 3 MVPs, a phenomenal performance. G White 16, that Nosebleed, Agurkus, all in double digits here. And so back to the drawing board for Ancestral. They got to get ready for Fort, but this one ends 9-5 in favor of Exaltation. There it is, the beautiful AMD Radeon RX 9070, integrated with a 16 gigs of GDDR6, the WindForce cooling system, and much, much more. You don't want to miss out on the giveaway that's going to be happening here for the finals. You can find more about it on the Twitter as well, or by typing !Aurorus, AORUS, in chat to toss up that link. There's multiple entries per day, and it's free, so you have no excuse. Uh-oh. I lost him.
Wait, hold up. Rookie error, chat. We were going to do it once. Apologies. Brand new microphone, brand new Go XLR mixer. Of course, we were going to make the rookie mistake of forgetting to unmute at some point. But no, great chances for great prizes, folks, okay? Forgive my rookie error. For it will not stop you from being able to get your hands on this amazing graphics card. Yes, that's right, amazing. I'm not saying it just to hype up the card. I'm saying it because it is literally being described by so many people that have had one of their own inside of their computer as one of the best ways to make graphics look on your display. So, if you fancy getting a little bit of a posh pop to your graphics on your display and screen, then get yourself over to the link, !Aurorus, grab those tickets daily. That's right, daily. So one more time for the guys at home, just a little bit. Daily. That's right, you can do it multiple times over and over again if you want to increase your chances of being able to get your hands on this beautiful graphics card. Then do so. Nobody's stopping you. As well as that, please take a moment to drop by the socials for the Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, Aorus, and AMD Radeon to check out all of the multiple bits that goes into making this amazing tournament production a thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ton of highlights to be able to show you from that previous game and a ton of games still to come. So, let's have a quick look at how Exaltation have put another question mark down on day number 1.
You know, and I didn't even realize that this team had beat them on Bay 5 already, and quite significantly more in that opening qualifier. So it's now not as surprising, but to see them consistently play well on Bay 5, maybe something other teams need to look out for. G White, Butterbroat, Nosebleed, the whole crew putting in some big work against this tough Ancestral team. And I mean, this is a team that's trying to break that 7th place curse, but things looking a little bit tough after day number 1.
I don't know if tough's the right word. I feel like anybody coming into this tournament for HPL EU5, especially with all of the teams we've got in this one, they all have a chance. I just feel like there's so many different switch-ups between the teams that everybody's got it all to play for. And some of the kills that we're getting to see on board here are disgusting as we play through this, right? Ugh.
Correct.
Yes.
You and I, we were looking for Arctic for that upset. That was our sleeper team that we had been talking about. Map 1 has concluded. Arctic has upset the Mercenaries in dominating fashion, 9-5.
Did you say 9-5? We're going to have a chat about that in a very momentary second, as we are going to watch J4 rip some heads off towards the site. You're kidding me. Arctic taking a map home. We can't let it be overshadowed by some great work here. We're going to see G White Zagurkas and Spartans be slamming some kills left, right, and center. And this one's just equally as surprising as the one we're getting to see off screen. Folks, my word, one could almost wish for a replay. Butterbro's going to be catching himself a shade of Akon, because he's going to be seeing that one on rewind 3 times over. It's like that, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 3-piece chicken nugget meal that he ain't missing out on. Beautiful shots down out of the office and the alley, and some beautiful news on the horizon. Okay, me and Hort, we probably the 2 of the most unbiased people you'll find in the casting booth. We don't care who wins, so long as it's a great victory, all right? We have our favorites, just as everybody has their own opinions, okay? But we're here for upsets, and if you want to talk about upsets, that's an upset right there. The Mercenaries squad, which you are going to get to read through that lineup and see them play in the near future, that's another lineup that you're going to be astounded when you realize what that stack of 5 players is that has lost to a fresh team in Arctic. Now, let's just address this one a little bit, because we're going to, again, hype them up when we get to see one of their matches featured on screen. We'll get to talk about it in a bit more detail there, but Arctic is new as a team, not necessarily new as players. Every single one of those 5 members has played in the ASPL or higher. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. I believe it is 3 out of 5 of the members, if not more, on that Arctic squad are originally ASPL players and have not played HPL level before. So to put these people at the top level of the competition and to see them pulling out results like this right now is unbelievable. I know a tale of a 10-13 overtime from a qualifying match that was involving Panderic. I'm not saying that was Arctic on the other side of that table, but chat, folks at home, anybody watching it in the review in the VOD later on if you missed the broadcast, or even you guys in the production, folks, this is going to be insane. Anybody could beat anybody on any day right now, and I am so here for it. 9-5 on Skybridge of all maps as well, Hort. 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 9-5 in favor of Merc when they met in open qualifiers on Bowl, but the fact that we see this from Arctic is phenomenal. I mean, I've been big fans of Luda and Tio for a while. Kazbu, Lolo, so talented, not a clown. I mean, this roster is stacked. They might not have as much as experience as some of these top competitors, but they show that they're putting in that hard work during the offseason, and now it's beginning to pay off for them. I'm excited to see all the upsets that we've had here today. We've really got a wrench in the mix just in day 1. And honestly, this is why I love HPL.
I'm not going to spoil anything too much just yet, and I don't want to put a curse onto a gift that we're getting delivered as we see a surprise and then maybe a change in the scene. But our last season's champions were coached by a specific member of the community, and this Arctic roster is also being coached by an influence that had a heavy impact upon that team as well. One gentleman by the name of Banshee. Now, I'm not saying that these two things correlate. I'm just saying that where Banshee seems to go, the team that he impacts seems to be producing great things in the future. So there's definitely, I think, a little tip of the hat, and something I'm going to be keeping a very keen eye on is that there for me, because this Arctic squad, we're talking about them. The community has been talking about them. The professional teams have been talking about them. I mean, let's yap about that. We asked for some opinions, didn't we, Hawk, of where these teams place. We spoke to Walker. His top 6 Mercenaries, Panderic, Oilrig, Arctic, Ancestral, Exaltation. Kazmu, the Arctic captain himself. His top 6: Mercenaries, Panderic, Oilrig, Arctic, Spartans, Exaltation. Myself, again, I've got Arctic up there. Arctic in me, I went slightly crazy. Arctic, actually, for me, are taking the league. I've gone real optimistic. I think this team has the potential to upset everybody and take the first spot. You've got them in your second place position, so you, again, have confidence with them. So, in general, they're playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, before we got going, I said I would love to see Arctic win it all. One of these newer teams up in a shining star. But realistically, I think that's tough to do in your first HPL, especially when you look at the juggernauts that you have to play against. But we'll dive into a little bit more of that later because we got another important matchup on our hands. Ancestral fighting for their first dub on the day. Exaltation really looking to put them down.
Well, this is exactly where we get to lock in now because we've got Exaltation on the upper hand here against Ancestral, trying to look for some redemption in map 2 on Fort. We will get to tune back in later and find out the second map result for that other game as well as we lock in. G Whites is locked in on denying that bomb any access to cannons. That is a humongous pick for Exaltation straight off of the rift as the bomb is just now left in no man's land. Agurkus is going to let the gun sing through the smoke and he's going to get kills claimed as a reward.
And forth the plaid stripes once more, but it's only for a moment there because most of the destruction has come from Exaltation. Kofinis, the last standing member. It was Kofinis, I believe, in Svetis that had trouble in that last one. So would like to see them get going early here so they don't have similar troubles. But Mr. G Whites and crew have got other plans. They take round 1 and they continue right where they left off.
Yet again being informed that the off-screen matches are enjoying some iceberg fun whilst we're sat here in the fort. Classic.
Everybody's got to rub it into you.
Yep, the chat's absolutely loving it right now. It's become Roast the Yapper. Roast cracked on his beloved iceberg. Meanwhile, I'm delighted to see that we saw another powerful performance out the opener out of Exaltation. That first pick, however, on the bomb out towards cannons, is definitely an easy adjustment from Ancestral. I do not think I would like to be seeing that bomb out there on its own again.
Maybe if we had HPL just about a week or so ago when you enjoyed your 33rd birthday, happy belated birthday, by the way, but maybe then we could have got some iceberg. For now, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. J4 is not going to wait for a kill, though. He takes Nosebleed's head clean off this time, and they'll enjoy a player advantage, at least for a moment.
There's probably a couple of professional opinions that would tell you not even for the birthday, but speaking of birthdays, one of these two teams hoping to be celebrating by the end of this map here. If Exaltation find themselves successful, you can bet for dang sure they're going to be celebrating themselves a 2-0 victory into Ancestral, and that would be one heck of a first day for Ancestral to recover from. Now, we can't write them out just yet. It is only one round into 4. Exaltation are on the defending half, and I feel personally, Fort definitely sits very well for the defending team at the moment. The way that the meta is with the speed of peaks, how your inertia is, and how quick the jiggle is, you are very safe to comfortably hold angles.
Selfish tries to find one, unfortunately can't. Has a little help over here. We see that pressure beginning to come up the ramp, though. Now the crossfire, but it's Butterbrought and G-Whites. Now a Gurkus. Exaltation has come to play, and can Ancestral find an answer? They continue their early struggles.
2 rounds back-to-back early opener is very good for the Exaltation squad. It's a Gurkus, and I will be honest with you, when I look at this lineup from Exaltation, I have, I guess, 3 points of strength. Denny's been around. Denny's played in multiple different versions of teams and has shown himself competent on many levels in different versions of teams. So I'm comfortable. I believe Denny would fit into any team environment. Agurkus has been a newer face to the scene, but is also widely considered competitively as a very exceptionally skilled player. That could be said the same of Nosebleed as well from his experience. You've got G Whites, you got Butterbrought. Obviously, what we know of G Whites to be a good player, and those in the community played against him speak highly of him as well. Butterbrought made his statement in game 1. So it just, again, it speaks another team of 5 strong parts. And can they combine together to pull it off? The first in con.
Nosebleed will find one. Selfish does pick up on the G Whites, who's been a shining star here today. Agurkus. Here's the audio cue of the shots, pulls forward, but gets caught a little bit in that animation there. Does find Geistrus, but immediately traded out here by Selfish. Back to a 3v2, and still Exaltation continuously working with that numbers advantage.
Yeah, Watchful said a little bit about a wheelchair meta. I think it's ice skates. I prefer the ice skates. They're a lot more stylish to wear than the wheelchair, but each to their own. Stoney be proud of the wheelchair. The low TC throwback for those at home that's maybe caught a bit of the HPL. Meanwhile, top leagues of the levels, we've got 2v2 going on. Butterbro and Denny trying to find a way in to a way out, as this bomb is long gone. Ooh.
Long gone. Little cat and mouse here. Then you gonna chase. He does. The shots ring out in both directions, but Selfish comes away the victor in this battle.
It's well played from Selfish, actually. Runs in toward Con, stops dead center on site to bait it, to turn around and take the fight, as he knows he doesn't have the distance to close the gap. And in doing so, he calls the bomb back to site after playing a minute, but broke through. One bomb is planted. Selfish gets slammed inside a mini. That's a great set of shots from the P91 versus one. Svedas versus Butterbro. This is the one that might turn it for Ancestral. Svedas stands strong on site and puts the first point on the board for Ancestral.
That's what we need to see, but we saw that a little bit in that last series as well. They need to be able to put multiple rounds on the board. They did enjoy that lead, I felt like, for just a moment in that previous series, but it was really all Exaltation in that one. So I want to see more from Ancestral early here. I feel like they can't afford to fall behind. It was a 4-4 half in that first one, and then it got real ugly in that second half.
Yeah, a little bit of a comedy one coming in from the chat there, saying that Ancestral just struggling a little bit because they've not got CMSs in their inventory. Not sure about the backstory on that one, but the in-joke there definitely gives a couple of people in the chat. Big swing out towards Garden. Got Denny firing onto the crossfire. Denny good for 2 damage and destruction, delivered in doubles.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder if Exaltation was just kind of playing a little bit of a sleeper action in their open qualifiers, because they are looking like a top contending team at the moment, playing very well together, often winning their gun battles, and when not, finding those trades at a bare minimum. I mean, almost every round we see him being able to work with this player advantage.
That's some great timing out of Nosebleed. He just slowly steps and inches his way out to the left-hand side to swing onto the open exposed member of Ancestral, and again, numbers favor that of Exaltation. G-White's patience is just legendary. He steps out of the shadows and Kafenas gets sent back to where he came from.
Yeah, great trigger discipline, great situation awareness. Exaltation really just playing some phenomenal Tarkov Arena at the moment. Geistrus, he was that juggernaut in map number 1, but Butterbro puts him down instantly, and the troubles will continue a bit here for Ancestral.
A strong position. Can it be maintained? We've seen Ancestral fight many a time to an overtime match that's been scrapped out for 13-11 scorelines, 13-10 scorelines, and I'm not even talking about quals or this HPL. We've seen Ancestral in ACS, in previous HPL seasons, really fight tooth and nail for a lot of matches, so I'm not concerned of whether their mental's going to stay in this one for the entirety of the game. I'm questioning whether they're going to be able to put rounds on the board in time, as Exaltation are playing out of their minds right now. Butterbro's patience is, again, top tier. That nade, however, is just that much better.
Venus needing some kills. We'll get one here. Now that player advantage for the first time in Fort favoring Ancestral. They shift all the way back toward the A site, but they've got to be careful of this one lurking player. Geistrus is going to go in for the go-ahead. The dip around, and Denny able to duck under the shots, finds the headshot, and Denny is just having one hell of a game here on Fort.
And instead of throwing himself into the 1v2 and trying to over-aggress for an extra kill and just dying for it, instead he holds his position in his place, waits for his teammates to come up in support. Nosebleed finds one onto the back of Kafenas as the action starts to kick off. Selfish is going to slam a kill down into Agurkus and level the tides back 3-3. Both teams finding it. J4 not able to run away from the grenade. It catches the back of his ankle, but only just that. Half the health down. The shots off from Mr. G White in the corner of the box. Not going to be traded out. Neither team member able to put the other down. Both to half health. Nosebleed takes out Svedas, and it's all kicking off.
J4 to find G Whites. Denny quick to trade it back again, and that's what we talked about. They find these trades at a minimum, and Denny just can't be stopped at the moment. 7-1, the P90, 50 rounds of the mag is so nice, but you take a look at the time, and they don't get there in time. Time management equally as important. They have a phenomenal round that they let slip through their fingers just by some milliseconds.
Fire. Honestly, just fire. That's all I gotta say. This is great. It's nice to see a bit of a fight back from the Ancestral squad. I think that Exaltation, they're doing a great number on the first half. Do you foresee a 6-2 here? 5-3 maybe?
I mean, we're having, you know, a little bit of a flashback for the second half of Bay 5 here. Broderbrodt in good positioning, but it is Nosebleed to find the first. Kofinas picks up on the Broderbrodt from that position. Agurkus ready for this shift on toward the site here, and Mr. G White's finding a two-piece yet again.
Top. Nosebleed's gonna get caught out by Kofinas lurking up in heaven. That one. Again, a little bit of Lemony Snicket and a couple of crickets as the silence turns out to the man falling into the ground. You hear the bomb in the background. It sounded like the heartbeat of the Exaltation team as each member looked like that was going to go 2 for 1. It doesn't. Ends 1 for 1 for the time being. Selfish and Denny left to fight it out. Oh, man. Denny's seeing stars.
Seeing stars. Denny, he has been a star here today. 7-1. Selfish, though. 7 kills in their own right. It was Geistrous, the monster last round. It's Selfish this time. Denny toying with some of those audio cues here and honestly playing this very, very well momentarily. Has that health advantage, but only slightly.
Oh, this is a battle for the ages as well, because both of these two have played against each other time and time again, and they're both trying to out-mirror match each other in the chess match. Selfish is going to get this down in time. He's going to swing instead. The shot out of Denny is insane. The timing was perfection. He doesn't even give Selfish a chance to get the gun past his hips. Instead, bullet hits the dome, and down he goes.
Exaltation. They guarantee themselves a minimum of a tie at half, which they enjoyed in Bay 5, but something tells me they're looking for a little bit extra here on 4. They are looking to make a statement here on day 1, and so far they've done a great job doing so. So I think that's what makes some of these great teams great in moments like the HPL, is being able to close out these important games.
2 quick kills out of Exaltation as Agurkus and G Whites are going to combine actually for a third as well, as Agurkus has decided he's in double down territory. Off the top row, that's not going to work twice. He's going to work twice in a row. You've got to be kidding me. Nosebleed gets nailed. Butterbro banishes any ideas of a second, but it was still silly sausages before we even got to that point.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Svetis, again, just all alone in a 1v4. It's not an ideal situation for Tarkov Arena. TTK, time to kill very, very quickly here, and so you don't see many 4v1 clutches, but that's why we like moments like this in the HPL. They do happen from time to time. Svetis is aware that there is a potential flank that could come into play. Spotted now. Still a minute to work with, but time will tick away quickly.
Oh my word, and Svetis does not realize he's been shot at from showers. He's just so shook that he's not sure where to have to try and fight. Svetis feeling like he's lost all alone in the darkness, and TTK might just turn to TTC for Ancestral at the end of this, because by the time they're done with their best of 2s today, it's going to be time to cry. It is a rough match so far for Ancestral.
Yeah, and again, you think back to that first series where they had a close first game against only 4 frags. Then they had a nail biter that went into a couple different overtimes, and it seems like they just haven't had as much success since that point. Exaltation has been able to really slam it to them, but again, they won on Bay 5 in the qualifier. They have a similar performance here, and now it seems like it's spilling over onto 4.
Back to the A site. Smart choice, it seems. We don't realise just yet, but it's only a two-man hold from Exaltation. Denny gets one, but two members get taken out very quickly as a response. Ancestral have sight control and strength of four members going. G-White's support bro, pick out the two, though. The second they lock down the corners, Hawk, the second they get in position, and it's just annihilation.
Been very impressed with Exaltation here today, from G Whites to Butterbrat to the whole crew, Denny, everybody playing very well here. And now looking to go up to a 6-2 half. It's not very often we see many teams overcome that in a second half, but Ancestral going to need everything now.
I was going to say there's a lot of movement going on and not a lot of gunfire going off. I hear the gunfire go off immediately, and two kills at the kill feed. That's going to be another round into the hand of Exaltation. And forgive me, but feeling a little bit of the silence and tension in the casting booth is merely that being displayed from the match over, spilling into our little playpen. Brother, ew.
Yeah.
What happened to Ancestral, man?
It's tough because, I mean, this is a team that we know has 5, 6, 7, counting the subs, incredibly talented individuals that have performed very well. But unfortunately for Ancestral, it's kind of been a reoccurring problem. It's inconsistencies that have haunted them throughout these HPLs, and dealing with it a little bit here in day one. Luckily, there's a lot more action to come. So if you do have a bad day, there is room to make up for it. But it's tough losing 2 2-0s in a single day.
This is where I see Ancestral turn it around. The last hurrah, we see the second half swing back, and as of the moment we're speaking about this going on here, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's Arc? What do you
Yes.
mean?
Yes.
Okay, off-screen map number 2, at the halfway point on Iceberg, Arctic are up 6-2. Excuse me.
I'm a happy man.
It is Merce 6-2. Okay, no. We're reading it wrong. Chat. Don't get ahead of the shopping trolley. It ain't real. It is as it is written. Mercenary 6, Arctic 2 at halftime. I did think so. Arctic are not on top, chat. Read it properly. It is M dash is the mercenary icon. So that's Merc. So Mercenary 6, sorry. Arctic 2 at halftime.
Going with our heartstrings. You know, that would be crazy if they 2-0 a team like Merc, who didn't drop a single qualifier. But the fact that they've already got one speaks volumes for its own. There's Geistrus finding his rhythm once more. Confidence now. Denny to answer back, but Denny's not done. Him and Agurkus combined for 3. And Exaltation is looking to close this out in dominating fashion again.
Bomb down. 1 versus 1. Nosebleed. Geistrus has been the one member on the Ancestral squad that has been really performing so far. 3 and 8, a tougher game here on 4, but definitely the shining light on Bay 5 the window. He's going to get the shots down. His crosshair placement is back up in time. Exaltation are cruising, Hawk. This doesn't just look like a good, tough, well-fought game. They look comfortable now.
They look like they've been a team for a while. They look like they've played in HPLs as a team before. I mean, this is, again, a phenomenal showing from Exaltation, and I hope this is something that they can continue to carry for both weekends, each and every day, because we were hoping to see some change-ups in those top 4s, and you know what? Our prayers may have been answered here, because this has been one crazy day already.
Exaltation are going to feel thoroughly well deserved for the end of this, though. Play a little bit of spoilers for the works. No nosebleed. No nosebleed. No. It looks so good until it looks so bad. And nosebleed just decimates any thoughts of hope. Oh my word.
I mean, there might be 10. The mags might have 10 less rounds. The ammo might have 2 less pin, but it doesn't matter because Nosebleed is a monster. The ace of spades, the 5, the Pinta to get them to match point. Exaltation is looking like a top tier team.
Well, that'll make you nosebleed.
Woo!
Oh my word. Yeah. It felt like jaw going lower and lower by the second. I'm busy looking around my desk, scrambling for a crank to reel the thing back in. My good lord, nosebleed. Easy, brother. 12 and 5. He's going to take himself a full 5-piece for the ace to steal the top of the leaderboard from the kill to death ratio as well. This time, big aggressive push in towards the A site. Bomb towards Kitchen, doesn't find anybody home. Shots out of the Gurkha to take out that quick rotation from Colton Cabanas. Butterbro finds Selfish, sped ass into G Whites. There's a little bit of a ray of sunshine for Ancestral. It's the flank. J4's time is going to be huge. He doesn't get the shots, and J4!
I mean, if anything could go wrong, it will at this point, it seems, for Ancestral. Geistris tries to be the glue to hold it together. He finds a nice 2K here, but man, J4 wishing he could have that one back in almost certainty. Oh, Geistris, the near clutch. He finds one. He can't get the safety. Butterbroat. And these P90s here today have been the weapon of choice, and they are certainly very good at putting bodies in the dirt in bunches.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
9-2 is crazy.
Wow. What a performance out of Exaltation. What a performance. 9-2, 14 and 6 on Nosebleed, 11 and 5 on G Whites, and 11 and 5 on Denny. Sheesh.
9 and 9. I mean, almost everybody into double-digit kills, a plethora of assists scattered amongst the team, MVPs for everybody there as well. I mean, just a phenomenal performance here from Exaltation, certainly winning a fan over in me as they close this one out on Ford in dominating fashion. 9-2, your final score. Oof. I mean, a loss of words, not only from that last game, but from that beautiful AMD Radeon RX 9070 that we are giving away to one of you lucky people out there. X.com/HuntPremier_. Keep an eye on that for all the giveaways to come. But exclamation point Aurorus, AORUS in chat for that link as well. Multiple entries every day. And so, as we said before, you literally have zero excuses as to why not to participate.
Chat. It's not called the hot prize line for nothing. You don't want to be missing out, all right? Tickets, 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 and lots of tickets. So if you want to have your hands on this beautiful GPU just like myself, then make sure you get yourself your tickets. Multiple ways to enter. All you got to do is follow those links through that beautiful little adaptation we have there in our hyperlink in the chat, thanks to the command !Aorus. Of course, hot, always key on the hot words to be able to help you get through. Of course, they don't call him the hot sauce for nothing, so if you want to be sourcing up your setup with a new GPU, make sure you get locked into that giveaway. And a final thank you again to Aorus and AMD Radeon for their coming together to produce that beautiful product and a partnership sponsoring us through here for Hunt Premier EU Season 5. Pinnacle just previously, and taking us all the way up to Christmas, folks, okay? Time to remind you, not just for a one event, I'll be getting this great support from these two combined together. We're actually having them ride all the way into the sunset on the back of our chariots through to the end of 2025. So, keep your eyes peeled. There's not only that graphics card that's going to be given away, many other things also still to come. We've got a laptop, we've got some codes and some keys as well. And remember, all of this information is going to be delivered to you. The draw for the GPU itself will be drawn on the finals day for HPL EU5. And don't forget, folks, you need to be able to claim your prize. So make sure that you're present. I mean, you'd be daft not to be here, right, Hawk? Because if you ain't here, you ain't get to feature any of these amazing upsets that are going on the screen.
Can't even begin to tell you how I've been counting down the days for HPL since Pinnacle. I have been so stoked for this and got an extra day because Bepic had to go off and do an event. So everything has been aligning here for me. I was not expecting all of this and more, though. I mean, what a phenomenal start to HPL 5 here on day one. We've still got another exciting series, but on-screen matches, off-screen matches, everything has been absolutely perfect here today. You couldn't ask for a better start, as we said. And with you, Cracked, as always, a pleasure. But now we're going to take a little gander at that wonderful last matchup here. The highlights from Exaltation. And I bet we'll see that ace again from Nosebleed.
No, no, no. We saw that ace in the first game of the day. That's the different one. You're getting confused. We're going to get to see the ace from Nosebleed in this one instead. I see what you did there. That was good. That was good. That was good. I want to get a little bit of confusion. My nose might be bleeding by the time I've finished watching the action from today, because I'm telling you now, my chin's definitely feeling a little scuffed, and the floor below me is feeling a little dented. If you can put two and two together, you'll understand what concept that's portraying to you. No, I'm not trying to audition for the caster screen, all right? Anyway, sliding on from the comedy here, we're trying to concentrate on the curious and the kooky going off in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, final results. Mercenaries versus Arctic finishes 9-4 on Iceberg. A tied one apiece feat. Still yet an impressive and a very important splitting of the points again between two very closely matched teams. Now remember, OFF so far have put themselves a 2-0 victory past their adversary in Ancestral. Now also Exaltation have followed suit, meaning that we have a top of the table that is currently settled by a brand new team and a previously ASPL born team. New names on the rise, Hawk. Nearly everybody up in the top 2 slot right now, a fresh face.
Like I said earlier, I am absolutely all here for it, but I expect things to get mixed up a little bit as these first couple days unfold. But speaking of unfolding, Mr. G Whites, the whole crew here for Exaltation, I mean, they came with a game plan and they absolutely packed up and folded Ancestral here in this one. 9-2 that final score, but I mean, every player, I think, has highlight moments in this one from on the side of Exaltation.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Selfish throwing up the friendship flag at the end of the round there to say that he'd done himself some good work to be able to claim one in their favor, but unfortunately, the antics and the cameos from the Ancestral side was the only thing that gave them any form of happiness inside of map number 2 here. Exaltation, I mean, we see Kafenash try a couple of different positions. We see Selfish here, who I know me and you time and time again back and forth have confidence in him pulling off clutches in a 1v2, v3, v4 even sometimes. So to see him go down so consistently to that of the likes of Nosebleed watching the flank and G White's being in good position. This also, Agurkus, very strong here on Fort for opening picks. Might not have had the highest kill total, but his impact, very, very relevant.
Oh, and I think this is it here, right? Nosebleed finds the first 2, gets the third here eventually as he steps onto the site. I mean, absolutely unstoppable in this round. Wraps up the ace here at the end. Spartans coming through, and I mean, Nosebleed, the MP7, we talked about it. The nerfs came in, but you can't nerf the Nosebleed, apparently.
I have no words. I mean, I was as flabbergasted the first time I saw it as I am watching it again. It never fails to amaze me how some of these players make it look so effortless. Yep, they're all exceptional. Nobody's questioning the skill level. It's more just a case of how you're like, yeah, I got a 4-piece. Yeah, all right, sound. Next round. Sometimes it just looks a little bit too easy. I mean, you're sitting on board with Nosebleed after he's picked up his third kill. He's sat looking down towards Mini. You've got a guy we see in the silhouette because of the spectator on cannons. And all you can sit there is think, you feel helpless for the guy on those cannons, because if Nosebleed chooses to swing it, you just know he's dead. He's fueled from 3 consistent quick kills, and he's playing on that momentum. Nosebleed is one of those players that rides that momentum exceptionally well.
Yeah, incredibly talented. A lot of fun to watch here today, and they get the job done. I mean, like you said, 2 teams that are 2-0 that we might not expected to come out early that way. We've already seen a couple upsets here today, and we've got one more exciting matchup for you. But as always, we've got to take a little time, to get them loaded into the lobby. So it's a great time again to grab those snacks, little drinks maybe, and as Cracked would say, that all-important seat belt, because you're going to need it when we come back for our final series when we return after this short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final part of the first day of HPL EU Season 5. My name's Grad Wisdom here, joined in the booth with Hot Sauce, thanks to the partnership from HPL, Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and Aorus x AMD Radeon. We're here to feature the 8 best teams in the EU scene currently, and pit them against each other for the title HPL Season 5 champion. So far, we've seen nothing but upsets, and upsets, which is great delight to us here in the casting booth because we love to see a new story being written and maybe, just maybe, a new team to take the title. If you remember, and you're an NA fan in the chat, then you'll know that just recently that's right, Hot, that also happened across the pond. We saw a bit of a shift in the strength in the season, but we did see a Sicario squad manage to swing back and retain that title. So now maybe the EU scene's turn to go through a little bit of turmoil before a team here establishes themselves at the top.
Yeah, I'm ready for this one. The next one, Oilrig versus Exaltation. I believe the Pandas and the Spartans will be duking out off screen, but that starting lineup here for Oilrig, Bakizi, Furlex. We know that Cacao is out. Crank is in. That Ace and Alpi was that squad earlier. I know Big D is also a reserve here for Oilrig. Not sure if we'll see him on this one, but yeah, Oilrig, 1-1 on the day already. I think they're going to be hungry for a 2-0 here.
Yeah, I think Big D, my friend's probably going to be enjoying some pina coladas on a beach somewhere. It's too much hard work for him to be doing anything other than carrying the bomb. But regardless of the Oilrig squad that takes to the field today, we've seen both of these two teams already in previous matches, which means the folks at home going to be familiar with both rosters' player names and how they go about it, but we'll remind them for those that may have just joined in. Oilrig's Bakizi, Furlex, Cacao, Dates, and Alpi going up against Exaltation's Denny, Agurkus, Matasu, Butterbrot, Mr. G. White. Now, we did see Nosebleed Hero stepping in for Matasu from Exaltation in the previous match, and I'm expecting probably a similar thing here versus Oilrig. Do you see Exaltation being able to upset Oilrig in the same way as we saw them beat out Ankh in the previous match?
Two things. If you don't play Nosebleed, I'd have to say you're a fool at this point. The man is on fire today, has an ace under his belt, so would love to see Nosebleed back out there. And yeah, absolutely. We saw Spartans take a game away from Oilrig. Now, the map layout might be a little bit different here, but Oilrig has shown that they are beatable, and it's happened already in our opening matchup. So Exaltation, an incredibly talented team. I know them, the Spartans, I think there was a couple other teams, all kind of had like a four-way tie, only a couple of them sneaking in here through those qualifiers. But I think there's a lot of top contenders this season, and honestly, after this showing here, I think maybe some of these teams that were kind of put lower on the pedestal need to be given more credit here, and I think they've shown that today.
I think if they've got any more chance to show it, it's now. I think if they're going to be given any more breathing room to show that they are not considered placed as the team that they were when they came out of qualifiers. So let's just refresh the folks at home for those that maybe didn't catch the comments earlier or weren't privy to that information. Is the Exaltation squad actually qualified joint? It will be joint 7th with 8th and 9th. There was a 3-way tie at 4 points each, 4 matches won each. From Exaltation and 2 other teams towards the bottom half of the qualifying stages. The difference separating them was 2-round difference and 7-round difference. So, the team that didn't quite make it, K3 being beaten out to that last spot there, was by Exaltation and another squad on that tied scoreline. They're playing way above and beyond a tied 6th squad that didn't almost make it in right now, for real.
And honestly, it was a little sad to see K3 go. I would like to have almost a couple more teams in this because, I mean, we have so many great teams over here in the EU region. But we take a quick look at the map bans and picks. Exaltation getting away from Bowl, even though Oilrig did struggle a little bit there earlier. Oilrig does not want to play Iceberg. So to start things off, we'll be headed to Bay 5, where so far Exaltation has had quite a few great performances on.
Smart choices. Down with that. Following out to Fort for Oilrig to close it out makes sense too. Again, no Iceberg for Cracked. Shock. Nobody's down here for cereal. It makes sense. We're at the end of the day now. We can't be having breakfast either, so the bans don't surprise me. I'm very curious as to where Bay 5 is going to take Exaltation when it comes to attacking the Oilrig lineup. I always like to dress down each of these two teams when it comes to a map pick as to which players do we look to as like the standout players and what positions on the map do they then play. Then you look in turn as who they're playing against and what positions are being played into those players and who it is that's playing those spots, and you start making the dice rolls as to whether you think a team would win the A side of the map, the B side of the map, whether it's a 40-60 split, whether you think mid's always contested. It's those kind of things that start building the picture. For me, Oilrig are an aggressive and unpredictable team with that ace factor, which is called that ace for a reason. It makes it so very hard to predict and play into them. So I'm very, very interested to see what Exaltation's attack strategy is and whether it's successful.
I want to see how much success that ace has on a map like Bay 5 because, I mean, we've seen him comfortable sniping on Fort. You know, I feel like on Bay 5, a lot of times we see him maybe typically toward that back alley or toward mid, maybe not as much B plays, but for whatever reason, that ace always seems to make it work. So we'll see if he's still got that bolty here for this next one. But Exaltation has had quite a few wins on Bay 5 through those qualifiers. I think they stumbled a little bit against the Spartans on Bay 5, but Oilrig, again, a top-tier team. Fort, that final map, we saw them go 9-1 on Fort already today. So for me, Bay 5 is going to be that big map. I think if Exaltation would want an opportunity to steal Fort away, they would have to win Bay 5 kind of decisively.
Absolutely. Just to let the folks at home know as well, of course, the final off-screen match, map 1 for Bowl, Spartans versus Panderic, is going to be going on off-screen as well. We will be keeping you up to date with that scoreline as we crack straight on in with the entertainment ourselves here for our final matchup of the day. Bay 5 into Fort. Ancestral into Exaltation, where, honestly, I don't know, man. Off of the back of that, what do you say? I'm like, today has blown me right out of my predictions book. Like, I want to rewrite that whole lot right now.
Yeah. I mean, the Arctic, you had a couple good ones in there, honestly, but I think Ancestral just had a bad day. I think it was a combination of having a bad day, a tough start with only 4 frags that they found themselves deep into overtime, and then having to deal with Exaltation. On top of them having a bad day, Exaltation seemed to be having a near perfect day. And so I think it was just one of those things. It's, you know, it happens in any competitive sport, right? There are days that are bad for the whole team. And so for me, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I want to see what Ancestral has in these next 2 days coming forward, but they certainly have now one of the probably biggest uphill battles. So Exaltation has shown that they come to play, and the fact that they're already firing on all cylinders, they're coming off of 2 hot wins, won a 9-2 as well on Fort, I think is really going to breed a lot of confidence to them heading into this matchup against Oilrig.
I mean, I think we had Oilrig down for 2 games in there first. They went straight even, split 50-50, a map apiece. You are so far, I think, the only person on the day to have gotten a correct prediction with a 1-to-1 call out of the Mercenaries versus Arctic going 1-to-1, which you did throw out there yesterday. So WU on the fantasy points, I guess, for that one out there. I've got this one down as a 2-0 Oilrig into Exaltation, which has left me wondering whether I'm just washed and should never be doing predictions again in my life after today's games. Because if Exaltation, man, if they can play like they played just now against Ancestral, it could ask some questions of Oilrig. I do feel, no disrespect meant to Ancestral, I do feel like we were missing an Ancestral rather than it was a case of Exaltation playing so tremendously. But even still,
Yeah.
it's in the hands of Exaltation to try, right? So let's see it. Oh, interesting change. So Nosebleed is playing, but Matasu is going to be in this time. We're going to pause as that base is going to take Mr. G White out to round number 1. Furlex for Nosebleed. The third goes down as Furlex is feeling himself for a fat 2-piece. Matasu now a mat on the floor.
I mean, other than maybe peanut butter and jelly, there's really not a bigger iconic Duno than that ace and the Bolty. Just so consistently damn well at what he does. Crank now on the P90. We'll spot Denny slowly shifting into the crosshair. The head knocked off the shoulders, rolling around Bay 5 like a boulder, and it's a great start here for Oilrig.
Agurka's feeling a little bit like a fish out of water as he is the last member of this Exaltation squad alive. The environment's changed. It feels a little bit more hostile around Exaltation now, as well they might have been enjoying a leisurely match previously. This one is going to be drastically different. Agurkus is going to take some time to step towards the back of the map and actually just have a little bit of a chat with the rest of the squad, get themselves locked in and really figure out what the game plan is for this one.
Yeah, I think that's what we've seen some teams do before. I think this is great from Agurkus. 1v5, plant not down. 99% chance you're not going to win this round. So fall back, talk over some early strategies. Where are these players sitting? Where did that ace snipe us from? Try to dissect it a little bit early, why you have time to do so. Because, again, much like Exaltation ran away with it, they don't want to allow this other team to get out and get a big lead early.
Can I just make a slightly saddening point of the fact that the member that has stepped away from Matasu is one of the members that was performing extremely well in both maps so far? Butterbro is the one that's sitting this one out, so that is a crazy one to me. Interesting to see if that one pays off.
Yeah, honestly, I again, it's nice to get everybody involved. It's nice to, get the teammates experience and get an opportunity to get out there and play, and maybe they know something that we don't, but for me, when you have a starting lineup that 9-5 and then 9-2s Ancestral, they're hot. They're on fire, and your game is right after it. For me, I would stick with that same starting roster. But there's probably a reason I'm in the booth and not in charge of the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can only cast on our thoughts to those in the audience so they understand our perspective. But we are not those coaches nor players themselves, and that's why we do the yapping and not the decision making. We shall play devil's advocate forever, though, Shab. Stay with us. We merely ask the questions so you guys can join along and have a bit of the fun. Crank's in the back lines. He's trying to find his way around the front line of that Exaltation squad, which has forced the way into mid.
Honestly, I think one of my favorite things about all the recent changes over the last 3 months is that we've seen the metas kind of drastically shift, from Saigas to SKSs to MP7s to P90s. And we've really got an array of different guns over the last few days. But Furlex and Nosebleed will continue to find early picks. It is Exaltation enjoying that player advantage here in round number 2. We can sort of see if they can solidify their first dub.
And it's going to be game breakers from either side. It's going to make the difference breaker, the difference maker, the name. That ace goes down to Nosebleed, the one on the top of the Exaltation squad. I'm keeping my eye on to be able to sway the tide. He gets himself one, then another. Now the team starts moving together. Unit's trying to see a bit of flow out of Exaltation. Denny puts pressure down on Alfie. Reswings. Good pressure out of Alfie as he takes the aggressive angle, but it leaves him open for a swing in Agurkus. I did not see the timing there. Good play out of Exaltation. Device is going down, and it's Bikizi in a 1v2. Now, Hawk. Cookbookman versus 2. Definitely not something we would be surprised to see pay off.
Oh, and now he has a really good chance. He finds G Whites in this prone position. He doesn't take too much damage as well, and it just goes back to how smart these players are. He's got an idea. You can see him already looking in the direction of Agurkus.
Hard stick, hard stick.
Sometimes. Oh, no, he pops off. Ah.
You and me both. How?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I mean, fair play. Fair play. Do you know what? That's even more confidence to think you've got the window there still to get up and try and shoot him. Like, all respect, he actually gets up his gun and barrel in time. I think he's just short of that delay to be able to actually start firing, but wow, that was close.
Comes down to the wire. A lot of these rounds have, though. It's been a very exciting day, and it doesn't stop here. 1-1. All tied up at this point. Oilrig on the defensive side, back on board with Crank, who's been having a field day as well, especially on this P90. And Nate over the top doesn't find one. It's Matasu with an opening pick here on the Furlex.
In the Balti ring out, you just look to the kill feed in fear, thinking, well, which one got taken down this time? It's just an empty space. It's just a momentary time for us to take a breather instead. Nice to see a bit of a return from the M4, I'm going to be honest with you. I am very shocked to see as many AKs still out here. I personally think the M4 and 556 platform has really gotten into a good place. The P90 does not surprise me. That one's been wrapping out kills all over the town. Alfie's got one into Matasu. But Nosebleed and company, Denny Agurkus and G Whites are all set up nice and strong in a position towards B. We're in the setup spot right now, so we break the round into 3 spots. Your pre-plant, which is set up, getting yourself into a position of advantage to be able to take either site or one as you choose. Nosebleed taking forward for mid control. Then you could getting the bomb down, which now we've got a couple of crucial kills. The Exaltation squad is going to execute that bomb plant towards the A site. And I mean, everybody knows the third and final step. Post plant's pretty simple. Stand there, kill anybody coming in.
Yeah, especially when you have this many numbers as well. Nosebleed will pick up onto Alpi almost immediately. That ace is aware that there is a flank back here as he slowly tries to cheat forward, looks to take him out. We've seen so many cheeky plays coming out from that ace. He has been fearless all day. It doesn't pay out this time, though. That P90 a little bit better up close with that spray. Honestly, I'm surprised at how many long distance kills we've seen from the P90 here today as well.
Interesting. Very interesting. 2-1. Exaltations find themselves in the driving seat. But for how long? The aggressive push out towards pond. Close quarters fight. Cranks got first. G Whites for the response. Alpi and Furlex together. Suddenly Exaltation's team turns into an Exaltation 2-piece. Matasu's got a good swing onto one. Furlex takes out Agurkus.
Does Matasu deal with this, though? That device down in an awkward spot. The buddy system's there, but he finds that ace early into the container here. And all of a sudden, the round becomes much more feasible. Bikizi only one on the board, but Furlex already sitting at 5. The smoke in the way here, and with that, Matasu will be able to scoop up this device.
Yeah, absolutely. Matasu, previously from playing on a team with him myself, does his best work when he's alone. And more than able to be fighting his way out of a 1v1, 2, or 3, sometimes even the 4. So he'll be confident that he has a play in mind to be able to clutch this up. Going to swing back towards the mid lane, look to try and catch a rotation over towards the other side. See if he can isolate another pick, turn it to a 1v1. The double back towards the B site for the plant on timing is perfection. He's going to give himself a window to get to site, but he is not going to have a full window to plant.
And we see Oilrig slow up just a little bit, though, waiting for that other player to get into position. So ends up having enough time here. Matasu hears the footsteps. Oh, he needed that one. Bikizi, the P90 does it yet again. Oilrig will find a way to tie it up here 2-2.
Give Matasu fair play. Gets himself into the position to try and isolate the backside of the Battle Buddy squad. I mean, you're absolutely right. The window gets given to Matasu to plant the bomb as the two of them hold up so that they stack together to push the site. I think smart play from both teams. No need to over-contest stopping and getting that bomb down to lose the numbers advantage for it. That doesn't make any sense. So good approach from Oilrig. And again, Matasu swings to the right side of site, tries to take the 1v1 fight, but it does come down to the gunfire at the end of the day. And that one falls just short of the mark. 2-2, the scoreline is tied up. Oilrig starting to find a bit of their footing on Bay 5.
See if they can carry it forward here. Nosebleed and crew will slow things down a little bit here on the attacking side. We've seen a lot of these attacking teams display good patience here today, looking to see if they can find that early pick, give themselves something to work with. That ace on a different position here, trying to find one. Some shots exchanged toward mid, but no real damage done just yet.
Those folks towards the A site are going to do a real good job of being rather frustrating for line of sight, especially that bolty in the hands of that ace. Very hard to shoot somebody in the head consistently through smoke. There he is. Denny and Alpi both matching a similar sort of pace and momentum. Finds the angle favoured for that of Alpi defending this B site. Oilrig, upper member. And now with the smoke out towards Forklift. Probably very happy to be able to leave one member on the B site as an anchor and start rotating to support A. 4 members of Exaltation, however, they are knocking on the door.
Smoke off toward back alley as well, which makes it tough again for that ace. Taken out by Nosebleed in this MP7. Furlex finds one. The transfer! And it's good for 2. G White goes down. Matasu picks up one. He back toward the side, and Furlex on fire. A 3K and looking for more.
Okay, keen Furlex is going to put down the fourth. You're absolutely right, and he is absolutely cooking today. Something we've spoken a lot about is how well Furlex has been playing, and his ability to put kills down game after game after game is not something we are going to be surprised about. A four-piece, however, seems to be the commonality number of favour for those that are popping off inside of our matches. We've had four pieces left and right from many a player. Even had ourselves a fabled ace from down of Nosebleed, so more action to come, hopefully. Out of the gates, number 6, Oilrig, up 3-2 by 1 round. Round 6 in the balance.
That ace back toward the A site, trying to get a little earlier of pressure this time to avoid maybe that smokes being in the line. But this one will rain down from a teammate back off. Nosebleed, the first to find a pick again here, and now he gets a second on the back of it. How do you slow him down?
Brother, he's behind the box. That's cheating for us, though, because we can see him. Poor Nosebleed's playing in a silly game of cat and mouse that he doesn't know about. Alpi, oh, Alpi. There's two of them here. They know full well this is back out of Exaltation, but so does Alpi, and Alpi's so darn good at holding an angle. You can't give him these kind of fights, man.
He's a doctor with that surgical precision. Easy headshots. And now Bakizi, peekaboo, whack-a-mole. Only the mole is dropping him down. Oilrig now starting to look like that team we're used to seeing. They double up on that lead. They guarantee themselves a tied half. But I'm pretty sure they're not going to settle for that.
It's just a 2v1 on con for the B-site control. It's just connector control. It's nothing really that exciting, but the fact that they creep up to it as two men and they just take so much time to build it up and then they swing together, and Alpi, all the meanwhile, sat eating his muesli, reading Daily Times, having a chiller, just waiting for them to line up into the crosshair. Honestly, it's cinema in pure motion. The grenade behind the back of B-con boxes this time doesn't claim its adversary. And one sneaks through the net and tucks in just by the side of green. Nosebleed. And working through positioning gap now. Spots one side of green. Good shot out of both members. But nobody goes down. Nosebleed on the re-swing. Gets his member into crank. That ace takes out Denny in the background. Furlex for one. G Whites trades back.
Trades coming in. Back to a 3v3. Meanwhile, on Bull Panda, where the Pandas up 7-1 at halftime. A dominating start for them against the Spartans here. Agurkus able to find Furlex, and now Exaltation will be enjoying that one-player advantage. They're trying to reel this one back. They find themselves down by 2, and Bakizi on this P90 has been looking near perfect.
So he wants to step out, and it's Alpi for 2 to finish it off. Hot. The Oilrig that started a little bit slow here on Bay 5 seems to have found that 3rd and 4th gear. Either that or somebody changed the fuel over from, well, I don't know, vegetable oil to petrol, because it's definitely starting to cook.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because this is an Oilrig team that used to be very good at Bay 5. We saw them start to get away from Bay 5 for a while, but more recently we've seen them kind of dip back into it. So we know it's a comfortable map pick for them still, and so maybe just working out a couple of those kinks in those opening rounds. It seems like it's been all Oilrigs here in the ladder. Nosebleed and crew looking to bring it back. Some nades won't find a home, and they'll shift toward mid here.
Inside, outside, a little bit of bomb tech as the Exaltation squad's going to drop that bomb near slant to use the audio. And cover a little bit. Denny on towards the flat, sees that ace, trying to bend him off. Okay, the smoke towards A flat's going to do a good job of staving them off for more time as well, unless Exaltation are going to play a very aggressive push for that smoke. But I wouldn't be testing that against that ace.
Yeah, that ace has been a little bit silent here on Bay 5. We saw those opening snipes. That first one in round 1 was nasty, but now he's going to pick it back up. He hears the shouting for those snipes. He finds Denny toward the back alley. Furlex onto Matasu, and now Oilrig looking to get that 6-2 half.
It's one of the problems you get when playing on the Balti. Sometimes people recognize the fact that you're on this kit, and then they will put 2-3 members towards your area of defense. It's very hard as a Balti player to be able to do anything into more than one, but if they line up and they isolate And they'll get knocked down like bowling pins in an alley. That ace has got himself 2, and he's just doing a great job of delaying the time now as that ticks off the clock with 24 left, and the game's still hot in the round, but not quite in the favor of Exaltation anymore. He's getting his Glock out, but he's getting put down. Mr. G. White is going to banish him from that one. Crank picks up the return. The Gurkus has got Crank, and we're stuck left with the Gurkus left alive. Hold down.
Hold up now. Hold down. Oh man, Oilrig, yeah. I mean, had a little bit of guessing game there in those opening couple rounds. Furlex with 12. Alpi has had a phenomenal today, 9-3 here, 6-2 half. You can't complain about that. Just a couple more to close it out here on day 5.
What a showing! What a showing from every team that's come out of the gate today. This is what we live for, baby. This is the kind of action that we get out of bed for. Oh my word, have we had games today. And we've got 2 more days worth of amazing action this weekend to delight for. This is only the first of our 2 amazing maps we're going to get to see here for our last game of the day. And then we've got next weekend's worth of action. And if you've booked yourself in smartly, then it just doesn't stop between here and the end of the year. I mean, there's TwitchCon going on, we've got HPL EU5, and then we've got Paris, and then everything that leads up to Christmas. And you know we're going to be partying up to Christmas.
All the way and into the new year. We've got all kinds of things in store for 2026 as well. So all the more reason to follow the socials so you don't miss out on any of the action like that's in front of us here. Furlex, Agurkus, 1-for-1 picks, but now it's Furlex to answer back. He finds the second. Agurkus will put him down. They've got a player advantage again.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Gurkus is on himself a way to start cooking himself a cookbook recipe of his own, trying to put that one out on the table as if the master of baking is going to give him his blessings. I'm not sure there's going to be any of that from Bakisi as he is currently sat on the bench. This round, that Ace and Alpi, 2 members left from the Oilrig to try and fix the slick spill. Denny knocks another one down. And Exaltation starting to reclaim a little bit of that lost ground.
That ace now shifting forward, does spot 1. The secondary peek is no good. Mr. G. Whites will continue the pre-fire. That ace steps back into it. And with that, Exaltation will cut that lead in half.
Not convinced just yet. Let's see another round or 2 before we get to the point where we are thoroughly set in our ways of believing we're going to see this one go any further than just a comfortable Oilrig victory with a little bit of a speed bump. I am ever so consistently having my eyes drawn to the kill feed. Just check out the scoreboard on Furlex, by the way. Check out the rack on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a 14-5 set of slammers right there, is that?
You know, I hope those in chat have half as much as fun as we have in the booth, because it is always a wonderful time up here. From the sweet action to the comedy, the fun. I mean, a little bit of everything for everyone.
Furlex just struggles ordering socks, okay? That's all it is, right? It's just a difficult time. X is going to take out Furlex on site. Big feet or not, he's going to be delayed and denied from planting that bomb. And freeze. Nobody move.
Exactly. I mean, it's not that often that we hear the ambient sounds, the crickets chirping before the beautiful chaos ensues once more, but we will see Bakisi try to mirror Denny here. Back to the other side, in toward connector, goes prone, and it's Bakisi running. No, Denny will win this one.
Left hand to the right hand, though. Crank takes one back. G. Whites has got the trade. That's ace. Knock to the new guy. Batasu, no! Oh. Wow, he almost picks up the second off the platform. Ace, brother, chill. Alpi's got one on the backside. Oh, no. Okay, okay. 2 versus 2. Device being planted. Come on, Nosebleed. For the fans. They're stacked in a similar position as to when Oilrig was.
Ooh. Timing is everything. It doesn't play out in favor of that ace. Nosebleed now up to 10 kills as well. We've seen Alpi with a couple crazy clutches here today. The device is planted, 25 on the clock.
Nosebleed on site. He's going to tap it. and it's Alpi, and I'm gonna say it again and again and again. Hort, fetch me the next record to be printed, because boy, I'm on replay today. Alpi, the standing stout defender, will not be moved from Beacon.
Yeah, they just don't have an answer at the moment. And I mean, Alpi, I think this is great to see for Oilrig, especially. I mean, we know Alpi's a talented player, but we talked about it earlier. Sometimes when you have the change up in rosters, we saw even Crank coming in that previous Pinnacle, there were a little bit of hiccups, but it seems like they haven't missed a beat. They're playing very well together, other than that bowl that we saw earlier, some mishaps. But it's nice to see them be able to make these correct adjustments, come out, and in their second series even have a better performance.
Incoming report from the off-screen match as we check back in from map 1 on Bowl. Spartans versus Panderic has ended 9-2 for Panderic. First map going to the Pandas. 1-0 so far in that head-to-head.
1-0. A lot of great games here today. Nosebleed will find that ace, who hasn't had as much success here on Bay 5 that we're used to seeing. Crank with only 3 at least being shown on the board at the moment here. Nosebleed will fall to Furlex, though, and maybe an opportunity for Oilrig back in the round.
The whole scene's been shook up today. The teams have been shook up in between the seasons, and now they're shaking the action up on the screen. Oilrig down a member versus one of the teams that you could argue nobody knew too much about before you came into the qualifiers. Many of the players familiar, but fresh team. And sometimes putting those 5 players together is the hardest trick. Exaltation seems to have got it down in time when it counts. Our Gurkus again is going to be a great job when it comes to site defense. Matasu with the backup on the MP7 is going to take out Furlex. And it's left to Alpi. And we know he's good, but that's asking a lot.
41 clutches. Pretty rare. And they'll remain elusive here for a little while longer. Mr. G. White's with that one.
Just really impressed and pleased with how the action has been going today. And non-stop messages dropping through my Discord at the moment from people DMing being like, brother, what is going on? What happened to the teams? What happened to the results? Why? Well, folks, for those of you who I don't have the answers. I don't know. We're just going to enjoy it. Why? Well, if we could figure out why, I'm pretty sure some of the teams would like to know, because I think they want some of the results back after today's action. It has been crazy. Out of the opener, Nosebleed. It's going to take one of the big hitters in that ace. Matasu for one onto Crank. Trades Matasu out though. Back on side. Furlex versus Nosebleed. Battling back and forth. Now Furlex swamps the other angle. He finds G. Whites. He's going to check for Nosebleed a second time and a third. It's not going to be there. Oh my,
Gonna find that one though. Taking Nosebleed out here is big. Denny does get Alpi though. Furlex sitting at 17 kills here in this one. Does scoop up the device. It is a 2v1. We saw Alpi find this clutch earlier, but the device had already been planted at that point. Furlex hearing this rotation in from behind. He'll thread the needle. The head of Denny gets claimed, and with that now a 1v1.
At 18-7, who's betting against Furlex in this? Please, in chat, speak up right now. If you believe that a Gurkus takes this home, I want to see you. Be proud. Be strong about your opinion, because this is a tough one.
Furlex gets that intel right there on the peak, though, which will allow him to get the plant down. He's going to hear a Gurkus on this run. He has an opportunity to play a little cat and mouse, try to use that right angle to his favor, much like a Gurkus here, and we might see them go around and around. No, Furlex looking to find the peak, and there's the confidence of an 18, now 19-7 player.
You just can't argue with the logic. He's built different, and there's another 4-piece. 4 full fat frags at a 19-7 scoreline. One close to the 20 bomb. An Oilrig, one short of their first victory in the best of 2 head-to-head. This would put them in a good standing for closing out their first day. They have a draw on record, arguably an upset that they had a map taken off of them by the Spartans. From the Spartans' perspective, you could say that they played their map pick exceptionally well and earned the victory. That's an insane nade out of Nosebleed. I paused because I see the arc. That's an old one from downtown out to Forklift that's going to crown himself a 3-piece. One back from the Keezy, 2 from Alpi as the trades are coming back and forth. Colours in the kill feed are flipping. but not staying still. It ends 3 still alive for Exaltation and 1 for Oilrig.
There it is. G Whites to find Bakizi. It was the opening Hail Mary, the Kobe, if you will, from Nosebleed. Those first 2 initial picks, I mean, just working off of that player advantage. Early util damage or kills can really set you up for success in a round. We see it coming into fruition there for Nosebleed, and they start to inch their way back in, but they have to win 3 in a row still.
I do think Oilrig have done enough to get it there. Here. I'm not looking for the casting curse, but I am confident that a 3-round buffer and at match point already gives them what they need. This Oilrig squad is experienced. They have played many a time before, and the one member that's fresh to the lineup in Alfie has been the one that's been shining alongside that of Furlex. That's an old team fight nade that's not going to find a kill. Slightly wayward there.
They say close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, but I don't know about those monkey grenades because that seemed close. It finds some damage, but no kill on the back end of that one. Denny begins to heal up. Nosebleed has taken a bit of damage here as well, but we see things drastically slow down here in this round.
For Oilrig, the pressure's not on, essentially. With 3 rounds to close it out, and the mentality is that you only need to get 1 over the line of 3. You can take your time here. There's still 60 seconds left on the clock. Any one of the Exaltation members makes an over-aggressive play and loses their life. Now they create a gap at which the Oilrig squad can potentially punish. The smart choice from the Exaltation side, and the way they're playing it, is to just hold those deep angles. Don't give fights where you don't need to. Don't force an engagement unless it comes to you. Oilrig now left in the driving seat. We do see the bomb and its full squad, bar Bakizi, stacked over towards that A site, as Bakizi, making this audio here, is just trying to pull as many defenders away from A as possible until 28 on the clock. Here comes the boom.
Oh, and there is the boom. It's Matasu on the MP7 finding Furlex, excuse me, who's been that raid boss, and now they slow down a bit. Smoke still on lane toward back alley. Shot bringing out through the smoke. One pressures through, but Alpie's there to put him down. The defuse not denied. G Whites will find Bakizi on the back end. The plant will go down, but Nosebleed pressuring in, and you can't stop the Nosebleed. It continues to run all day long. That ace with a nice snipe, but he needs 3 more.
Yeah, hold up, wait a minute though. He picks the guy off the bomb now inside. The good swing. That's the aggression I wanted to see. Exaltation, do not hesitate with the numbers up. Immediately somebody goes straight for pressure with bullets downrange through the windows. I did pause for a second when all 3 of them grouped up onto site. I was a little concerned we were going to see a bit of a cluster and have 3 members almost get collatered by being lined up on the same peak, but smart choice out of Denny, and this will be the experience coming to toe. He takes a different path and goes for the wider angle and finds the crucial kill. Gap closed to 2. Hort, are you a believer yet?
You know, after the way today's been, I will stay a believer for any and every team.
Oh, no.
You could tell me a team's down to 8-1 at one point, and you know we've seen crazy things. So, but yeah, I mean it's certainly feasible, especially with the way Nosebleed is playing right now. The only unfortunate thing is they can't afford to drop a single round. So that's what makes this so tough here for this squad. But we see Oilrig kind of maybe not really aware of what they want to do here. They're trying to change up the strategy. They're trying to find something that works because all of a sudden they've hit a little bit of a speed bump in this one.
A little bit of soft cook out of the Oilrig squad here as they're waiting for a slower push up or set up from that beacon position. We get to travel on board with that grenade as it sails past the number 7 member on the minimap, Denny. Again, a bit of telegraphed aggression towards the B site from Oilrig as the majority stacks towards A, but as you heard alongside ourselves here in the casting booth and the spectator, there was a little bit of a slide there from one of the members of the backside, so a little bit of lacking discipline on the movements, going to totally telegraph this push coming to the A site now.
Peak, trying to get out the free fire. Shots exchanged, return fire. Furlex, Crank, will Crank out 2 here. And now Oilrig pleads a case to close it out. The device planted and Furlex on fire. Looking unstoppable. Denny, a 1v5. And I just don't know how he does it.
I don't think he's going to know how he does it if he manages to pull this off, because I know I certainly aren't either. We're going to get to watch it if he does. 30 on the clock. Time almost the biggest problem at this point. You need to be able to put down 5 members. 50 bullets in the magazine, the P90, definitely a weapon to be able to do it. But that first initial engagement not going the way of Denny is probably going to spell dismay. You see the lurking, rotating deep position on the left-hand side of Ali means Denny can't push into the door frame, and too many angles becomes the felling blow. It does end up an Oilrig match. It does finish off 9-6 on Bay 5, but it is a great showing from Exaltation. It is, however, an MVP performance from Furlex. 22 enemies killed, 16 of them headshots.
5 MVPs as well. Alfie, an honorable mention with 14, as well as Nosebleed with 18 kills. We saw Matasu step in here for Butterbroat, even though Matasu had some good picks, ended up 7 and 14 in this one. So I wonder if we do see Butterbroat back out here. I mean, he had a phenomenal performance in that first series, and so you just wonder if that decision did pay off or not.
Easy to see soon in the very near future. 9-6 on Bay 5. Map 2 coming up soon.
There it is. That is why we game, baby. The AMD and Auroras combined here for the Radeon RX 9070 XT that we are giving away to one of you lucky viewers out there. All you got to do is type !Auroras in chat. That'll pop up the link. There is multiple entries per day that you can get. And I mean, honestly, you'd be a fool not to sign up.
What can we say? Great gamers, great prizes, and great entertainment. Courtesy of Aorus x AMD Radeon, a partnership made for performance and great pixels, apparently, thanks to great graphics performance, and a giveaway, courtesy of that partnership alongside the Hunt Premier and Battle State games. Again, obviously, crucial performance made from some title names. We have them printed across the top of the screen, and folks, if you want to stay in touch with everything that's going on from any of those wonderful people, then !Socials, so you can lock in all the way across Twitter, maybe even check out some of the Amazon pages, the Google stores, so on and so forth. If you find yourself a bit of a tech wizard, or even just a little bit tech savvy, and you like surfing the net, !Socials to make sure you're locked in for everything going on. Also, that's how you get your hands on the prizes, the tickets that do refresh daily, are through that link, !8Aurus, to get a hold of that one. And if you have not kept up to date with any of the matches from today, or you just want to find out how the schedule looks and who's playing who for your next day's worth of action, well, !Bracket will get you there. Further information and details, thanks to great work from SkyCycle on Liquipedia, is available. Go check out the Escape from Tarkov Arena page on Liquipedia, currently at this moment in time being built up to its fullest, thanks to some hard work from SkyCycle. We appreciate you tenfold, sir, the great work you do there. If you're interested in maybe the nationality of some of the players, who belongs to what team, what their previous results are, it's all good to see. And if you're a bit of a nerd for the analytics like myself and Hot are, we love seeing the nitty-gritty in the background of what goes into the team, so best place to find it out there. And of course, folks, make sure you're following the Hunt on X. Everything that's going on alongside that from Battle State Games is being delivered on that Twitter page. If you want to know dates, times, where we're going to be next, where they're going to be next, what's going on next, where you need to be next to be part of the action, that's going to be the place to be. Make sure you take a second to swing by, hit that heart button, drop a follow, and make sure you enjoy the heat from the hearth below.
That's right. You want to stay glued to those socials. I mean, that's where we announce the GPU giveaway. We've got monitors and laptops to give away here in the future. But now we're going to give away some of these highlights from that last series. That nasty snipe from that ace to open up the round. We've seen Exaltation put up a ton of good rounds. And this Nosebleed gentleman right here was nasty with it all day.
It just couldn't have said it better myself. Honestly, just well said. this, some great work from Denny. Fighting off on that ball too. We saw a couple of times that he's finding himself being bested, but the Oilrig squad did not let it get the better of them towards the end of it. Okay, good shots here out of Akizi. Discipline towards backside from Alpi, and of course, we're going to get to see him play his way out of Furlex. I mean, how could we forget a Furlex masterclass? That is not something that we are A, surprised, nor B, ever unimpressed to see. It's just flawless. And that there again, that one had me smiling.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Alpi. We see this triple from Bakizi from right over there as well. But Alpi, I think, is been a shining star here today, like we talked about. Stepping in, kind of filling in this role as a new member on the roster can be difficult to do at times. Hasn't been difficult for Alpi and Furlex. I mean, we see so many times Furlex in these highlights. I think up to 18+ kills. You talked about a plethora of headshots, and really just a monster in this one.
I mean, you ask yourself, how do you fight that? You're trying to jump peek across an angle where the Balti has one chance to kill you, and it's just the one chance that he hits every single time. Shots there at a nosebleed, absolutely nothing. Furlex folding people like he's practicing for Christmas. Better paperwork seen only in origami classes, as this man manages to find time and time again just the better angle and the better timing.
I mean, it ends basically how it begins, up to 22 now at this point. That ace will close it out with another snipe here. 9-6 again, your final score on Bay 5, a map that Exaltation has had a lot of success on, but now we get ready for Fort, where we have seen Oilrig have one hell of a performance already, where they did 9-1 Spartans, but Spartans bounced back in that one. Did take a dub 9-4, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, this is the one I'm really keen to see. Now, that was a close game. Like you said, we had swings and roundabouts from the first time Oilrig took to the stage earlier today. Are we going to get the same effect? Or have they shored up those slightly rocky branches, and have we gotten to the point where we're going to see another close game to close it out, where it could go either way? I think you could see a fair argument from fans in the chat from Exaltation that this could have been an overtime game. This could have been an Exaltation victory with a couple of changes either way. I would probably say the one thing that stands in my mind out for it being a good victory for Oilrig is that performance from Furlex. You have to have taken that out of the game. I don't think there's any environment where that performance happens that it isn't an Oilrig victory, because 4 people around consistently 3 times is a lot when you're talking about impact.
Yeah, I just, there were a couple close rounds that maybe could have gone either way. I still think Oilrig probably was going to squeeze this one out. Again, you mentioned Furlex, 22+ kills, a phenomenal showing. Bakizi, everybody was really clicking there, and they did have a few rough rounds, but I think it goes back to how good Exaltation is as well. We've seen Nosebleed, Mr. G. White, Denny Agur, everybody was popping off. I think that, yes, Matasu is a very, very good player, but I think after you have a full roster play 2 games, they're all playing well together, and then just randomly you toss in this sub, it's something that can affect you a little bit. I'm sure they've ran strategies like this before. Maybe they use him specifically on Bay 5, but for me, I start to wonder, had they had that same starting lineup, because this one was so close, they might have been able to squeeze that out against Oilrig.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. It doesn't matter what name of player is over the head of the person that gets swapped in or out between those 2 games. Actually, Butterbroke, Matasu, or anybody else in that situation. Actually, for me, it's if you put Fred Bloggs in map 1 and Fred Bloggs dropped the performance that Butterbroke did in map 1, I would say that Fred Bloggs would be my go-to for map 2, regardless of what the decision was beforehand. I would be looking at that and saying, hey, we put out a crazy performance in this game. It was really good, and it was a strong standing point as to why we took the victory home. I would like that confidence going into our next match, especially given the play-in standings. We looked at the qualification, a 3-way tie at the bottom to get in on round difference. Surely there's got to be that mentality there where you don't want to leave anything to chance. It's not our place to make that decision. We can only comment on the decision and see how it plays out on screen. This time, for us, it feels like it didn't necessarily hit the mark. What we're asking is, are they going to reflect on that going into this second map here? And are we going to see Butterbroke back again with Matasu not playing? Are we going to see Matasu and Butterbroke playing, and somebody else is going to step back? because it does feel like from Exaltation day one that they've felt like they are trying to play everybody to get a feel for how each person plays versus different teams so that everybody can get a run out. There's a lot of football teams in the UK, American football teams for you guys over the pond that play this style of gameplay, shall we say. You've got a couple of new substitutes or you've got a couple of new members in the roster, and you want to give everybody a chance so you can kind of vet them against each other and see how they handle the pressure. So, different approaches. We don't know. We don't know. We'll find out soon, because map 2 is going to be an explosive one. Oilrig have got, I think, a good map on Fort. I don't think they're going to be too intimidated by this map pick at all. I'm looking to Exaltation to be able to deny that ace further. If they can find a way around him as they started to towards the end, there's a potential. But Furlex, question mark.
Yeah, and that ace is much better on Fort in my mind than he is on Bay 5 as well. For me, I think if Exaltation goes back to Butterbroat here and they have a good game, win or lose, they might kick themselves in the butt, because I feel like Oilrig, or on Bay 5, it's a map that they could have won. And again, I think it was so close. I really would have liked to see them stick with that starting roster because they played so well together. But again, I know Matasu's an incredibly talented player. I've got to cast him before. I've seen him play with you as well. But it's just one of those things, then you begin to wonder in the back of your mind. And it's one of those things that you have to let go, and hopefully you are able to. But it's something that I'm kind of thinking about consistently here. You know, could it have been different? And so you have to be able to let it go. But going to Fort, Oilrig has played phenomenally here already once today. And so it does make me worry just a little bit. But hey, we've had some crazy upsets already. So, I mean, anything's possible, as they say.
Consistency is king, and that's something we've spoke about. That's why we are not questioning, I guess, but discussing the decision of to keep in rotating these players. And the same can be said, I think, for the side of Oilrig. I'm looking at this for the other side of the story here as well, because don't forget, folks, there's two teams with the tail here. Oilrig have already dropped a map earlier today. We say dropped a map because from our perspective, the two teams they're playing, we believe they should be able to come out on top with a 2-0 victory. So dropped in the perspective that we would hope they would be taking it home 2-0 based off of logic. I don't think that the Oilrig squad here is going to be looking for anything other than a 2-0, and I think that they are going to be grateful that that one was dealt with before it became as close as it could have been. Honestly, I think Oilrig have had themselves the back up against the wall a little bit day one, maybe a little overpressured than what they expected. I mean, Spartans took a map off of them. We're in a scenario here where Oilrig have looked threatened enough that we should be talking about an Oilrig 2-2 day.
I think if Oilrig has a 2-2 day and they lose this one, we probably won't see them in the top 3 at the end of all of this. I think this is a must-win game for Oilrig if they want to prove that they are that returning champion Oilrig team. So certainly capable of dropping it here, but I think if they do, we might not see them in that top 3. We're ready to let the guns and the players do the speaking. Our final matchup of the day on Fort, Oilrig taking on Exaltation.
It's very rare we actually talk about the impact of the early first couple of matches of your season, but it really does make a difference if you put your best foot forward first, and if you can extend the gap in the seasonal runnings versus some of these top tier teams that are considered to hit their stride and then just start slamming matches home time and time again. This off angle from Butterbroat, by the way, who is back in place of Nosebleed, who is not playing. It's all right. I'll give you a second to recover your vocals after that shock to the heart. Yes, Butterbroat and Matasu are playing. Nosebleed has decided he's had his ace for the day. He's done his bit. He's clocked out of work. Prone angles, Butterbroat, G-Whites and Butterbroat together combine. Alpy's going to have the one lone shining light in the dark for the Oilrig squad as it comes to clash. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, answers back. There's Alpy from behind. G-Whites goes down. It was favoring Exaltation for a moment, but the moment is gone. Device still down here. Alpy comfortable in this position, often where he sits on that defensive side. Bikizi tucked in toward the top of mid here as well. One tries to go up, tries to scoop it, and can't get away. Matasu, Denny combined for 2 more.
Good showing. Good start. Who needs Nosebleed when he can knock him down like bowling pins? That clash early on, that was a good, confident fight, was that? 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 1 down. I don't know. It's spicy.
Blasphemy. Rooney's nosebleed sounds like blasphemy to me. The man was a monster on a map like Ford. He had his ace here on Ford, and the fact that he's on the bench right now has me flabbergasted. But hey, that's why, again, I'm up here. I certainly, my brain is much smaller than these individuals out here on the battlefield. So we have to sit and wait and see how it unfolds. But Butterbroat picking up right where they left off. A good start for them.
Imagine a world in where Exaltation beats Oilrig without Nosebleed on the table, because you're about to be in it. Denny for 2 on the dirty double dome dance. That ace, however, has got 1 back to say as a response as Matasu gets mutilated out in towards the 90. Bomb collected. Oilrig going to redouble the efforts on the reapproach towards this ace site. The double headshot hold from Exaltation is king of the court, though, as Agurkus finds that ace on the longer angle. Alpi and Furlex, last left alive, are going to get the device down. But in a 2 versus 4, there is a lot left to do for Oilrig.
Lot on their plate to clean up here. Furlex just trying to hold the angle, cautious of that pressure through mid. Spots the first, takes out Denny. Now from a 4v2 to a 2v3, things become more feasible yet again, but they've got to be careful from this lurk through mid. Oh my!
You knew it was coming, and Furlex found it too. He felt it in his bones. He gets folded on reaction timing, but Agurkus, he's going to play himself a good play into this. 7 seconds left on the clock. Oilrig has done enough time to go, regardless of how the fight goes, and despite Agurkus's blue suede shoes, he ain't going to be able to swing that one in his favor. Alpi enjoys the limelight of the dance delivered to him by Agurkus as he serenades that bomb going off into the background.
Would love to have a slow-mo replay with a stopwatch with that shot on Furlex right there. That was absolutely insane. Oilrig pick up the round on the back of it. In a 4v2 situation, they come out on top, and Oilrig hasn't had to play many offensive rounds on Fort yet, so maybe still finding their way because they got to start out on defense. They had something like an 8-1 half or something crazy, so maybe still finding some of that team synergy here on the offensive side.
That's disgusting.
Disgusting, mate.
That's hot sent for a round, folks. We're going to
Yeah.
tune back in momentarily as we take a slow, steady slide up the ramp. 3 members of the Oilrig squad looking to try and pressure down towards B-side. This time, bomb in tow. G White's going to get deleted by Bakisi as he plays on the tempo. Out of dark, towards cannons. Double, triple slice in the angle. Alpi working the tough, tight fight towards CT. Is going to take down his man. And Exaltation feeling themselves being picked apart in round 3.
Alpi at 5 kills already. We've seen standout performances from a lot of these players on Oilrig, but he has been the consistent king here today. Bakisi spots a threat of the head, but the shots don't connect. Furlex is there from assistance, and with that, we'll pick up on the butter. Matasu does trade back. Bakisi can't seem to find it. Eventually does, and Alpi's had enough. He steps forward for the final kill. Oilrig back on top by 1.
This is going to be a good one. I'm going to get to sit and watch this one out, and I'm not even going to begin to try and guess where this is going to end up. 2-1 Oilrig find themselves in the lead. We've seen them do this where they took 3 rounds and then lost 1, and 3 rounds and then lost 1, and a 6-2 half be converted. We've also seen them go round for round all the way down and go down by 2 at 7. So, which one is it going to be this time? What flavour of cookie have we got baked up from the Oilrig? Early from
There's
Furlex
Furlex.
goes down.
Right back into it. Butterbrock does trade it back, though, in a 1-for-1. Dancing around is Butterbrock. He'll be put down by that ace. Meanwhile, Bakisi picks up on the Denny now in a 4v2 that favors Oilrig this time.
Bot manages to sneak through mid there, actually, just out of the scope of G Whites. Meanwhile, off screen, map 2, Fort, Spartans versus Panderic. G White's taking out Alpi. Oh, never mind, we'll talk about that in a second. G Whites, you can't do that, mate. That's disgusting. And the timing does him. He looks away at just the wrong moment. Bakisi. It's going to shut down the competition. Oh, Matasu finds one through the wall bank. Bomb on site. That is versus Matasu.
In hand. This is where it gets difficult, but for most, not necessarily for that ace. 48 seconds on the clock. The plant hasn't gone down yet. Matasu will just fade back and wait to hear the audio cue. Pretty far away, not going to be able to get here in time, and so that ace will come away unscathed momentarily. First shot doesn't connect. He's on the hunt, the run, the gunning, dipping, ducking, and diving. Matasu has done it, and that ace, I think maybe trying for that no-scope, maybe should have pulled the Glock out, but, I mean, it doesn't create for those flashy plays that we're so used to seeing all the time.
I think that ace knows that we're just waiting for one good timing for us to say that he's pulling his Glock out, and maybe he's just teasing us with that one as well, just like I get abused with Iceberg on the daily. But no, let's talk about that off-screen map that was trying to be called out before G Whites decided to absolutely explode on screen. Disgusting, by the way. Behave, sir. Map 2-4, Spartans versus Panderic, 5-3 up for the Spartans at halftime, unfought, by the way. So another potential top-tier team in the top 3 looking like they may be on for a scare of a 1-1 draw.
On board for it. Honestly, like I said, this has been a phenomenal start to HPL number 5 here in the EU region, and just thankful to be a part of day number 1 here with you, Cracked. I know Blue will be joining you tomorrow as well, but Butter brought... No, it's Furlex. The monster has returned.
That ace through the smoke. He actually manages to find... How does he find that?
What?
How? What do you mean he find... I just had... I don't know what to say. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that often that you nor I are stumbling for words in the repertoire of the bank, but man, that ace, time and time again, will baffle us. Agurkus, it seemed like he saw the silhouette coming through the smoke, but that ace is so quick with the wrist.
It probably is a silhouette with that ace. How disgusting it is. Sweaty boy. Speaking of sweat, that's another one that's getting nailed to the wall, but there's the window. Window goes down. Denny's not going to find himself dying to Crank. Going to pre-fire both sides. Denny doesn't realise there's somebody coming from Donut. Furlex forcing G Whites to back off as he is the last left alive surrounded. Alfie, the fade away, the jump, the hop, the skip, and the bullet to finish it off. Courtesy Oilrig taking the lead again. Score goes to 3-2.
Back and forth. It's been a good one here between these two teams. Exaltation's been able to keep it close, and everybody is playing well here. But Bikizi, that ace, Furlex, monsters on the board right now. Alfie with 8 as well. Surprisingly, we haven't seen as much from Crank, but still able to get the job done so far, and that is the important part.
There when he needs to be. And we said this a lot about Crank about the back season of last season's worth of games. He, not necessarily consistently always the most flashy of players, but he's on form, which is most of the time. It's the backside of the round, the part where you need a good solid anchor that he is able to close out. Now, this is an interesting one. Bikizi is about to find himself tested. The captain, the mantle, the 2-man swing from the backside. Crank gets one with a grenade. Butterbroat takes out Furlex. The 2 passing past Bikizi are being called out on info from the Balti. There's one. Line them up, that ace. They're having them delivered. Bikizi is not moving a muscle either. He is just stood there as a totem pole of information gathering. Crazy work. Oh,
Tasu gonna eventually find him though. That ace shifting forward. Alfie on the pre-fire here, but no one is home at the moment. The device is going to be planted. We see him shifting forward. I believe that's G White's now into the smoke. Crossfire's there, but Crank doesn't need it. He finds it with a P90.
okay. I don't think that needs any explanation. You heard 2 sounds of the M700 going off, and you saw one name hit the kill feed.
Yeah, it's, I mean, like you said earlier, whenever I hear that, I look up to the top right of the screen. If I don't see any names, I'm usually baffled, and I can guarantee when I hear that second shot come out, I know there's going to be a name there this time.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If the first time doesn't produce a name, you're asking yourself, did my Discord screen freeze? Or are we just waiting for the follow-up? Yeah, exactly. Round number 7 on the cards. Matasu with an aggressive push-up onto the midsection, playing that bedroom position. We've got, again, this step-up off angle on top of the bunk beds. Just trying to add an extra element of elevation into a mid-duel so it come through. Oilrig trying for a slower pace this time. Again, we've got Bikizi lurking out towards that A site in the deep 9.
comfortable prone here, and that ace is going to step right into the crosshair. That's a big early pick for Exaltation. Mr. G White's just going to creep forward a little bit as we see some of that utility begin to rain down now toward the B site from Oilrig.
G White's is just going to chill out here. He's absolutely no reason to have to move whatsoever at this point in time. Matasu and Beacon, Butterbroke, top mid. They're going to confirm there's nothing threatening Beacon towards that B site, regardless of whether they're close in proximity, which they are. The Oilrig squad has a full line of scrimmage behind Matasu right now. Just waiting on Oilrig to pull the trigger. You got to feel at this moment that Oilrig are just looking to try and get one player, find that first pick so they can explode. Good defense from Agurkus.
We'll find one. Now it gets a second on the Bikizi as well. It's all down to Alpi in a 1v4. Exaltation looking to get within one round. They will chop Alpi down here. It's Butterbroke this time with a P90, and with that, they'll get within one, and we could very well be looking at another tied half.
I can't decide whether that's favoured for Exaltation or not. I mean, it's attacking side favoured fort. Again, another one that I'm not sure on, given the way the map is swung. It does feel like defending side holds a lot more strength than it did previously. We only had Pinnacle recently, and there has been a relatively swift change in the feel of the game since. So, just interesting to see how this one pays out. Again, a slower approach from Oilrig. 3 out towards cannons, 2 towards mid this time, though. The bomb being held alongside that, the captain. Looking to try and play into that position if G Whites was playing the same spot. Good choice from Exaltation to mix up that defensive positioning. Otherwise, Mr. G Whites would have found himself in a lot of hot water very quickly there.
That Bolty ringing out. No name just yet, so we wait for that second sound. Furlex now creeping up from behind. That ace not able to connect. Agurkus finding Furlex. There it is. Agurkus goes down, and that ace! The quick snipe onto G Whites. Is he done? He's looking for a third.
Yeah, normally that's the one thing that catches a marksman off guard, is clay pigeon shooting. Too many targets all at once. It's like being a kid in a candy shop. You just don't know which way to look first. That ace, though, however, has been here before. He's seen these doors and he's knocked on them, and he's successfully walked away. That's the fourth. They're just falling like lost flies out of the sky. The fifth's not going to even get given the chance to come into the crosshair of that ace for fear of him playing pin tail on the donkey, as it just looks just that easy. Crank with the last kill. And Oilrig move themselves to a confident 5-3.
Almost another ace here on 4, but you're right. We have seen so many quadra kills here today. That ace will put another one on the board. They guarantee themselves this winning half at 5-3, and on to the next side we go. This is where they had a dominating performance in their first map of the day. Was from this defensive side. They had only given up a single round from this side, and so we'll see if they have similar success here against Exaltation.
I feel like I'm going to be spending the next 2 hours after we finish today's broadcast just sat discussing the teams and our thoughts and what's changed and how we're going to set up for tomorrow, because, boy, we have a lot to consider after today's action. Smoke out towards cannons is pretty sick. Not seen that lineup in a little while.
Everybody's shifting this direction here. Denny will back off a bit at the sound of some gunshots ringing out. Smoke in hand here, and with that, once we see this utility begin to rain down, they should be able to pressure forward a bit easier.
Look at where that ace is already. Less than 40 seconds into the round, and he is nearly out statue. That pickup from Denny, covering up towards the bedroom, and take out the captain and Bikizi. That ace gets given the call not to push out too quickly as the first goes down. Now bedroom control has been taken. The call out is that bomb is bedroom as well. So Oilrig know that they don't have to do too much just yet. They have that ace set up to be able to pull off a flank whenever they need to. Honestly, this is probably a better position. The Exaltation squad are going to know he's going to be hunting, and they're going to try searching for him. This is a really good choice from Exaltation right now. 4 members, but are they going to get past him? This is the problem. It's a Bolty. He's got so much time to take them apart in. He is taken out, though. He only gets 2.
I mean, only 2 when there's 4 pressing you is kind of crazy, though. I mean, the fact that he gets 2 alone is a big help here for Oilrig. That help taken away, though, as Matasu finds Furlex, Alpi, and Crank. The last two standing. Crank finding a Gurkis, and this game of tug-of-war continues. Matasu from a distance. Alpi goes down.
Well, they forced Crank back out from the space as well. He's kited off. The bomb is on site, which means they can just pop on and plant. Crank is going to have to try and retake this. He's got a nade in hand. Hold up. Post-plant nade. Doesn't connect. A little bit of damage, though. Matasu just over half health. G-White's also pretty good on the HP. Oh, Crank. We've seen you do this before, Crank.
Oh, he gets by here. He gives himself an opportunity. He is going to fade back the other direction, but Exaltation just playing smart. They've got some time to work with. G-Whites will solidify it, and with that, Exaltation will now get within one.
You've got to mess with the call. You've got to mess with the call from Exaltation. Whoever made that shout out, guys, he's there. Push him. It's right, and I said only two, but you've got to look at the bigger picture on the round. I know you see it just as much as I do. The only two is not necessarily in the fact that we expect more out of him. It's the time it took for Oilrig to rotate. He's claimed himself 2 in a 1v4, but with 3 members of Oilrig still left alive, by the time he's got 2 and gone down, there still aren't members on site to contest. So I think Oilrig maybe kicking themselves a little bit, would have liked a faster rotation. Elsewise, Exaltation playing with the ball in their own court. They are taking matters into their own hands and trying to make some plays here.
Matasu, a much better performance here on Ford as well, already up into double digits. Still down by a round, however. Agurkis just lurking, patiently waiting to see if a flank does come into play, but they begin to shift back this direction. So we see Oilrig now back off immediately. Denny got to look right and does it. Bakizi finds the first.
Good off-angle use again. Oilrig some of that experience to their advantage. That ace is going to take out the captain and Bakizi. A little bit of colour blindness setting in as nerves just make that itchy trigger finger go off at the wrong time. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock, and Exaltation the ones that have to plant the bomb, but Oilrig just getting a little bit antsy. That ace is searching, and that's the problem, is he slightly overextends, just getting a little bit greedy to try and find that pick now. Exaltation play the discipline, and this has got them in a great position to rotate out with that bomb to the B site. You know what the problem is, though, Hort? We're knocking on the door of Alfie again.
So comfortable from this position. We've seen a couple 3 and 4Ks from Alpi from this exact same location. Exaltation trying to clear the site. Alpi peeks out at the right time, finds a Gurkis. Shots continue to rain down in both directions, dancing around the pillar. Crank goes down, but Alpi finds 2 more. Make it a quadra. Alpi is unstoppable from this point here. He loves holding down the B site, and that is a tough case to beat here.
So just say that one again. Say that one again for me. Who is that on the B site?
Alpi, baby.
Yeah, boy. Oh my word, you put this man in a corner, you stand him there and let him fire bullets at people, and there is just no stopping him. 12 and 4, and do you know what's great, and I've got to speak to this to another level. He's been out of the play for 3-4 rounds. It's been quiet. It's been A-side pushes. He's not really been forced or called upon in a little while. And sometimes you can get a little bit stiff, a little bit cool. You kind of drop the reaction time a bit because you're not in the game. He's on point all the time, never letting the ball drop. That ace is back in the action again, inspired a little bit by some disrespect. He's going to take 3. That ace, oh my word!
Talk about on point as that ace opens around another player that is just consistently on point. Crank will step in for 2 to make the full house with that ace, and any momentum it seemed like Exaltation was about to gather there immediately snatched away in these last 2 rounds from Oilrig.
Off-screen match update, map 2 on Fort from the Spartans versus Panderic has been a turnaround. Just at the end of the game, it seems like Panderic managing to slugfest their way to success, escaping 9-7. Their final result 2-0 on the head-to-head at the end of the day.
Well, they bring it on back. They'll be sitting in a good position after today, unlike some of our other top-tier teams who have had a draw on the day. So we'll see how this final one plays out. Oilrig already 1 draw on the board. Looking to make up for it here with a nice 2 for Furlex. And transfer is good for 2.
He almost turned around for the third as well. The man's got quick wiggle moves. Call him one of the worms from Mayhem because he's just made some of his own in the mid lane. Crank picks himself up a kill as well on the back line. Denny and Butterbro, the last two left alive. Oh, that nade's really close to the face of Denny. He's going to have to duck for cover quickly.
And then it just slows down drastically, Butterbrought. Slowly but surely creeping around here. Alpi. Nobody puts Alpi in the corner unless it's Alpi. He is comfortable from this position. And right now posted up. But I think they've taken a mental note of this. But are they going to be aware of Bakizi lurking here in this spawn? Yeah, I bet he said the same thing. Oh, Bakizi finds the final one, and Oilrig making a strong case as to why they're going to be able to close this one out. 4 additional opportunities yet again here in this one as they go up to match in series point. 17 kills right now for that ace.
Man, LP makes a 4-piece look like it's light work, and then suddenly the rest of the Oilrig lineup's woken up again. It's like there was a magical slumber cast upon the squad, and suddenly this is like it's just gone around and slapped every one of them across the face and been like, guys, we've got to finish the game. Come on, wake up. This is no time to lie down and nap. And brother, did that ace wake up the round after, and then following this, I mean, it's just been absolute domination since. Nade towards King is going to be a little bit short of its mark. Crank and Bakizi set up towards Headshot. 2 members in towards the lobby alongside the bomb from Exaltation, and 2 out towards the garden. That ace, of course, crouched on useless, primed to put that multi to work again. Great nade from Crank's going to take out Denny.
Tasu has an idea that that ace is somewhere around this site, lurking with that bolty. Little pre-fire, but nobody's home. Here comes the peek from that ace. He hears the shots. It's a beautiful peek. And the pick on the Matasu. Butterbrought drops to the ground in that prone position. The peek there. That ace has the intel. The secondary peek is good. Somebody stop him.
I don't think anybody's got brakes expensive enough to be able to deal with that one.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh, okay, on the back line, you hear the bomb go down. That's a Pain Soldier. And that's the feeling that Agurkus is going through right now as the pain just floods into his mind. The bullet goes straight through his limp corpse as it falls to the ground, and Oilrig claim themselves there 2-0 after a victory on the second map in 4. It was definitely cinema, but it wasn't quite as close as we had initially had it set out for us. A great bit of work out of Matasu in the Exaltation squad here on Fort, and map number 2 sees them coming just short of the mark. It is a 9-4 confident victory though. At the end of the day, it's that ace. 4 MVPs, 21 kills, and 6 deaths.
4 headshots this time as well. 13 kills and 5 MVPs earlier today on Fort as well. You might want to stay away from Fort if you're going up against the Oilrigs. They close this one out 9-4. That is why we game. Once again, displayed by the handsome Cracked Wisdom himself. That beautiful, beautiful AMD Radeon 9070 RX here that we're giving away to one of you lucky contestants out there in chat. Exclamation point Auroras in chat will get you the link and where you need to go. Stay close attention to those socials as well. But there is multiple opportunities for entries every single day. So make sure you take full advantage because this is a phenomenal product.
We absolutely. It's a 9070, and if any of you like big number go burr, then this big number really do go burr. Quietly as well, I've heard. That wind force cooling system is supposed to be whisper silent and supposed to look super sick at the same time. So, I mean, if you want a sweet piece of gear to add to your collection, then make sure you're getting involved in that giveaway. Exclamation mark 8 Aurus going on live daily, multiple tickets, multiple entries, and we're going to be pulling that draw live on the finals day of HPL EU Season 5, which will be next weekend on the Sunday. But that's for the future. For now, many more days for you guys to still get your tickets to enter into the prizes, and also many more days worth of games for us to have played, experienced, and enjoyed. We've seen a blockbuster day one's worth of entertainment so far, and it has been nothing short of phenomenal to witness here from the casting booth, as well as hopefully from you guys in the chat, as Hort said earlier, and we resonate with this every time we get in to do our job. We hope you guys are having as much fun as we are, because we're having a whole load of fun over here, I'm telling you now. And we're having a good giggle about some of these games, especially when we take the time to sit with some of you in our spare time and talk about predictions, who's got what ideas as to who's going to win, what the general feel is about the meta, the kits, the maps. It's great to have those paradigms challenged. You get in there day one and it all just goes to a mess. You tear your paperwork up, you throw it out the window, and you just let it fly in the wind, and we'll see what happens. And honestly, that's what I'm here for. Best form of competitive gaming is the unpredictable stuff. So yeah, all about that.
Yeah, again, a phenomenal day, and we get to take one more look at that final game of the day between Oilrig and Exaltation. It ended 9-4 in favor of Oilrig. There were some shining moments from Matasu and crew, but at the end of the day, it was Oilrig, that ace, Alpi, and a slew of quadra kills and aces to get it done.
Do we need to say anything else? Do I speak, or do I just let the sound of the Balti blast out into your eardrums so you can enjoy the sound of sweet, sweet, suffocating silence? Because that's what it is when it goes off. Matasu there, able to get himself a little bit of magic. Some dance moves towards the end of the round as people are trying to avoid bullets, making it look a little bit flashier than it actually is. G Whites did some destructive work here, which we were delighted to see. And it was a good performance, honestly, from G Whites. We saw him in a previous team in HPL from before, seen him play some ASPL, so we know that there is a caliber of player. And honestly, it's been a really respectable first day of showing from Exaltation. They can walk away from this one on the first day very, very happy and proud with the performance. Maybe some decisions that we don't necessarily agree with they made on the rosters, but what I have to say is, though, they played a lot of players, Hort, and I don't think a single one of the players at any point in time was drastically weaker than the others. So you could speak to the length of a strong roster that goes not just past the first 5, but all the way down into the subs, and that could end up playing to their advantage later on.
Yeah, it potentially could. I strongly favor the rosters that tend to stick with the same 5, but we saw Matasu have a great game here on Fort, but again, it just wasn't enough to get the job done, and that ace is a big reason why. Shot after shot, we see the final dancing around. Gurkus, I think, knew what was coming there, but Oilrig, I mean, they drew at one point here today. We saw the Spartans steal a win away from them. It was a phenomenal showing there. Arctic on our off-screen match, taking one away from the Mercenaries. Exaltation 2-0ing Ancestral. I mean, chef's kiss on the day. It was just cinematic and beautiful.
Yeah, it's one of the unfortunate things I didn't manage to bring back from PAX West was a Prestige 4 dog tag, which I would have been able to proudly hold up as the theme of the day for the amount of kills that people were taking home. However, I did get, that's it, the Prestige 5 to come out because we were blessed with a day one ace. That's right, thanks to a bear or a USEC. I'm not actually sure what he is in game, honestly, but thanks to Battlestate Games as well. We got to see a full 5-piece thanks to Nosebleed. So as we wrap up the day's entertainment, I'm going to take a moment to sort of run down 3 to 4, maybe even 5 highlight moments of the day for me. Number 5 coming in is Alpi. And it's not going to be in a specific place. It's going to be in any place with which you choose, be it Beacon on Bay 5, be it Beacon in any other map. Alpi for a 3-piece is definitely coming in as my number 5 highlight play for the day. We saw number 4, Bombs Away, as a Nosebleed note back to nostalgia. That 2-piece on Bay 5 over towards the forklift, definitely up there for me. Number 3, I'm sure you know it, Hort. We saw a little bit of dirty dancing. We saw a back and forth, the swift moves like Jagger, but what we also saw was a walkout. That ace for 4 ridiculous frags after being just angry. I mean, Somebody Stop Me doesn't cover it. Number 2 coming in, of course, is going to be our 4-piece folding. Again, that ace, one short of the full ace as Crank pulls off the one from the B site on our fort here in Beacon to close it out. But absolutely, the player of the day for me is going to go to Nosebleed on that MP7. It was an ace. It was the first ace of the tournament, and I think it was probably the best play we've seen from today.
Yeah, again, it was wild. The amount of kills he got in such little time, and then closing it out in those final few kills on the hunt. Just a phenomenal job all the way around. Alpi, everybody, the whole crew getting it done. As we take a look at our standings after day one. Now, obviously, a couple teams got to play 2 games today. You'll see more of that from the other teams as these next couple days go on. But Oilrig in that top position with 4 points, even though they did have a draw on the day. Panderic, only 4 frags. Flawless days for them as well, sharing 3 points apiece.
Let's just look at this from a real perspective as well, folks. Don't forget, bottom half of the table, Mercenaries, Arctic, Spartans, and Ancestral, all only having played themselves 1 game so far. The Mercenary and the Arctic squad I am referring to here, Panderic, and only 4 frags, 4 of the 8 teams, that will still have a second game to play to balance out the table. So, although at this moment in time, Oilrig do sit themselves at the top of the table, they are one of the teams that have played 2 matches. The thing that's to point out, which is a very, very important one if you are a Panderic fan, and only 4 frags fan, or even an Exaltation fan at this point in time, is that Oilrig have a draw on the board, and the rest of the top tier teams, other than Panderic at a 1-2-0 rate at the moment, have had themselves a falter. So, for the likes of Only for Frags, Exaltation, Arctic, Spartans, and Ancestral, the window is open for day 2 and day 3 to really set anybody up for a shot at the top 3 spots for Season 5. You agree?
Yeah, I mean, Exaltation has 2 games played compared to the other ones there, so that one is going to be a little bit more iffy, but everything else, 100% agree. For me, 5 and 6, Mercenary, Arctic, they played each other today. They each got a game, and there's only a 2 if you combine them together, a 2-round differential between these 2 teams. Arctic is who I've got my eye on for this one. They, an up-and-coming team, we talked about it, really their first time in HPL, and they beat a team that didn't drop a single game in those qualifiers. So with all the mix-ups that we've had today, I was so excited for HPL. I didn't think the excitement could grow, and boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, wrong is right. We love to be wrong because being wrong is being right when it comes to competitive gaming, because we go, well, I expect this team to win, and they do. It's less climactic. It's less anticipated, and then if that happens every game of the day, it's not boring, but you just kind of get used to the way things flow. It's nice once in a while to be like, hold up a minute, wait a minute. Oilrig didn't floor both their games straight out the gate, huh? We saw Mercenaries, who, just to remind people of the Mercenary roster, all right, the reason we are kind of like losing our minds that Mercenaries have not 2-0 floored today. This is Kiyoshima, Zaki, Luki, Nemo, Nas, and Fox. Now that team is built full of, like, Grim Reapers. We're not even talking demons at this point. This is like a higher level of just destruction. Now, the fact that that team has taken a split of maps with Arctic is already impressive for Arctic's standpoint. And it asks us, where do Mercenary fit into this? Are they above Panderic? Are they below Panderic? Are they above Exaltation? Are they below Ancestral? I don't even know anymore. Like, the only people that I've been relatively convinced have solidarity is Oilrig from today's performances, and even that has been tested. I mean, the Spartans took a map off of them, and that's not because Oilrig played poorly. I think the Spartans just played really well on ball.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I think the toughest one for me was Oilrig because we didn't see them in the open qualifiers. So it was like, how do these other teams fare against Oilrig? And it really goes to show you how much hard work that these teams have been putting in between seasons. The fact that Spartans not only take a game away from them, but they do it 9-4 against that ace and these guys that we just saw dominating yet again. So a phenomenal job from all the competitors here today. Honestly, a big shout out to Hunt Premier and Battle State Games for allowing us to come back and yell at the mics. Of course, Auroras and AMD. But as always, before we get going here today, we've got to thank the legends behind the scenes that do not get enough credit, from Boosh to Crispy Lemon, Step Sherpa, Hellcat, Steffi, Preppy, Sergeant, Raging Snake, the Turbo Bear himself, of course, Klish, and our King Connor, our eye in the sky, always producing that show. And of course, Supreme Overlord, Mr. Philbo Baggins, for always keeping it real here with us. So, as always, it's been a pleasure, an honor, and we appreciate each and every one of you hanging out with us in chat. Make sure you hit that follow button. You don't want to miss out on the action tomorrow that starts at 3 p.m. BST. If you're across the pond like me, 10 a.m. Cracked in Blue will be back here with you. My name is Hot Sauce. That handsome gentleman over there is Cracked Wisdom. You guys have been beautiful. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening.